Today's matchup. Africa Freaks. CJ Entis. SK Telecom T1. Spenu Sonic Boom. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 2.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Champion Spring. We're here in week 13, day number 3. I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smithy, and we are getting ready to kick off a very important day, a match that will decide our final seed in the playoffs. It's going to be Africa versus CJ Entis.
And in a festive atmosphere, you have to say, Achilles, we are still at the Jeonbuk Esports Festival in Jeonju, and I'm still sick, as you can tell. But still, festive atmosphere and a match, a best of 3 to decide who will take 5th spot, make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, if Africa make it, if they win this set over CJ Entis, they do confirm themselves for that 5th place spot and knock Samsung out of the running after the performance yesterday wasn't too hot. And we can see, though, a lot of stress coming in onto both Samsung and Africa for this matchup because they certainly want to get back into playoffs. They have such a strong record right now, and I believe that if they win this set, they do, in fact, match Rock's Tigers record for round 2.
I mean, they're 6-2 in the second round robin, 7-2, I believe, and really pushing forward as a team. This is a team that only had 1 win the last time they faced CJ Entis. Their season, honestly, is the last time they played CJ Entis and backwards, and then where they went after that CJ match, the massive winning streak that they've been on that's really defined their season after a 1-6 start.
Yeah, they have been on a meteoric rise to the top, dropping not many sets. I think their most recent game was their last loss, and that was against the Rocks Tigers, which no real surprise there. They had the opportunity to play upset, had some strong showing in that match, but ultimately it's the Rocks Tigers. What are you going to do?
I mean, Rocks Tigers, SKT, the only 2 teams they dropped sets to. And you have to also remember the Rocks Tigers are the only team they didn't win a set over because they did beat SKT in the first round robin.
That is absolutely correct. You can see, though, on your screen at the moment, you see the schedule for the playoffs coming up. The wild card going to kick things off on the 13th. I believe you and I will be on board for that one. And then on the 15th and 16th, we'll have the semifinals, the quarters into the semifinals. And then the finals will be on the 23rd.
And the grand final on the 23rd in the Jamshul Olympic Gymnasium, the same place that the semifinals for Worlds in Season 3 were held. So a historic venue for Korean esports, a massive one, and hopefully it's going to be a massive final.
I'm sure it's going to be a massive final. It's something like 8,000 seats in that venue. It's going to be pretty crazy. But, of course, we have plenty of people here in Jeonju coming out to show some support for esports and their favorite team. CJ Entis especially going through the matchups of the day with Monte Cristo's voice narrating. Big cheers coming out for both CJ and SK Telecom. But Africa and Spenu getting some cheers as well, respectfully.
I mean, Africa deserve the cheers. You have to think their fan support is rising. They are odds-on favorites to be representing themselves in their first playoffs at only the 2nd attempt. This team, of course, joined the league in the expansion during the summer split last year. Put up some decent results, famously beating Najin in their first series of the season, fell away and had a very slow start this season. Slumped, you'd have to say. A lot of analysts, like myself, thought they'd eventually hit 4th, 5th, 6th spot. It's taken a long time, but maybe we'll be vindicated because it's definitely been the stuff of dreams in the second half of the round robin for Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see right there, they do end up hitting that 6th place spot for the time being. 5th place now on the line for the Africa Freaks. Samsung holding on by a thread and a mere hope that Africa loses for them to maintain their playoff contention. CJ Entis, unfortunately, long since out of playoff contention. We're starting to look very strong here in round 2, especially with the addition of BDD. Went on a 6-match win streak for a good while there, and then just started bottoming out, and that's just how the story goes. But for the other side here, SK Telecom, of course, starting things off pretty badly at the beginning of the season. Not what we expected from these guys, but they have had a return to form. Still lost that set to KT in pretty damning fashion, but looking strong nevertheless.
They did a reverse Coup Tigers from last year. They went over to IEM, they actually won the tournament and actually took that momentum and really improved their season from there. But we'll talk more about SKT in our second step. It's all about playoff implications in the first.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup of the Africa Freaks. These guys have pretty much found the magic for themselves. Don't think we're going to be seeing anything swapped out. Lyra going to be the starting jungle there with Ixu in the top lane. Mickey, of course, at mid, and then Songyun and Snowflower coming in at the 80 and support.
Yeah, so
Seongwon, I said Songyun. Seongwon. So
looking for a 7-win second half of the season for the Africa Freaks. They've been so damn impressive. They've been consistent, but they've shown different styles. They still can play Twisted Fate, double split push, all sorts of shenanigans, which they were famous for last season. But the team isn't all about Mickey anymore. The likes of Songyun, the likes of Snowflower, and especially Lyra have stepped up, and Ixu is someone who's thought of as a top laner in Korea as well.
Yeah, he's gotten the most MVPs on his team, I do believe. He's up in about the top 8 as far as the MVP rankings go. But on the other side, it's CJ Entis, the team that has been struggling to find themselves as of late, but going to be keeping it consistent with their lineup, with Untara in the top side, Bubbling in the jungle, BDD at mid, of course Kramer and Madlife at AD in support. Kramer, somebody that people were touting to be potentially the best AD in the world, having some struggles, overextending, getting killed, and just not really showing up in their recent matches.
And look, the 6-match win streak you talked about, a lot of those were 2-1s. There was still 6 matches. That's something to commend. It's been an 8-game losing streak for CJ. They have not picked up a single map in the last 8 times they've hit the Rift.
Yeah, and that's some pretty damning evidence. When they get to play spoiler here for Samsung. It's not really in the hands of Africa, it's in the hands of CJ, and which version of CJ shows up. Is it going to be the one that we saw before during that 6-match tear, or is it going to be the most recent CJ? We'll have to see how these guys have adapted to the latest meta, because we've seen a lot more picks come out that we could see these guys pick up. The Rise coming back into the meta, the Echo, of course, very monstrous top laner. These are things that if CJ can utilize them, they could find a win over Africa and shut them out of playoffs.
And there's just a lot of feeling about this match, Achilles. It's worth noting that the CJ coaching staff of 2015 went over to Anarchy and is now the head coach of the Anarchy organization. Ambition, of course, from Samsung watching on, hoping his old team can play spoiler against Africa. Very similar KDAs. Only big difference has been, honestly, the guy we've talked about so much in Africa's recent wins. It's Lyra, and just like Ambition, he loves playing that Graves.
Yeah, and Bubbling is also the person that we've talked a hell of a lot about on the side of CJ, but not really for praise, more so for criticism. Has not been showing up in the jungle, has not been applying pressure, and has just been getting killed all over the place. But of course, your match point matchup there is going to be these mid laners, Mickey versus BDD. Some similar champion pools between these guys. The Zed especially going to be a big one.
And 2 famous Zed players. Mickey's had so many Twisted Fate bans. I expect that to continue today.
Yeah.
I just hope we see a Zed. I don't care which of the 2 is playing it. I love seeing Zed played against Zed players, because then you get to see what matchups do they like, how do they outplay, how do the drafts come through. It's always interesting to watch Africa, especially on the red side, because when they have the red side counterpick, you see so many bans coming towards Mickey, and that freedom for the champion pool of every other member of Africa is what they've grown into. In the past splits, you ban out Mickey, you ban out Africa. But in 2016, everyone else is stepping up, and that freedom they get from no target bans has allowed them to carry and be a supporting cast to Mickey.
Yeah. Now this could be a really interesting draft that we have coming up, because not only is the Zed something that has to be banned away from Mickey, or as well as the Twisted Fate, but you have to worry about the Azir coming out from the side of BDD. Going to be a heavily contested pick for him. So we'll have to see what they're going to do with the draft as we do enter it. First ban coming out from Africa is going to be Varus, and this has become a very staple ban, kind of joining the ranks of Italy, something that we consistently see taken off the board for either side, regardless of who's playing. Twisted Fate, of course, from CJ, going to be that respect over to Mickey, and then the Azir to follow, showing respect to BDD.
Yeah, BDD's most played champion has been the Azir. When he gets his hand on it, he's the one who brought it back into the meta right at the start of the round robin on debut. I mean, a very impressive Azir. We're not going to see Zed either, unfortunately. That's banned out. So a lot of target bans means there's still a lot of power left in this draft for the picks.
Yep. Zed taking away Sivir as well. Now final ban.
You don't think of Sivir as a needed ban against Africa, but actually, since that CJ set, Sungyun is 7-0 on Sivir.
Wow.
They played very impressively on the Sivir comps. Both the wave clear that Sivir provides allows Mickey to go for low wave clear champions, go for assassins.
Oh, here we go.
And the champion pools that open up as a result. Well, speaking of champions coming through, Rise first pick, no-brainer.
But Echo makes it through as well, so a first pick coming straight out for him. Kalista, the final ban from CJ enters, so double ADs that they take off the board, showing a lot of respect to Songyun, who has been a very prominent Kalista player. When she's kind of fallen off a little bit since her recent changes, getting some nerfs to the sentry pathing and also to the damage dealt on the passive of the W.
I mean, Rise versus Echo, if we do see that as the top lane matchup, was in fact the top lane matchup in Rox Tigers versus Jin Air. We saw Trace on Echo solo kill Smeb, but Smeb still did the work in team fights. So I think we might see this the top lane matchup. Rise doesn't strike me as a Mickey champion, but it is possible.
It very well is possible indeed. Ixu, though, the one who has gotten a ton of praise on the side of Africa, maybe looking to pick up this Rise and carry the team to victory. Meanwhile, toying around with this Lissandra, it will be locked in, so that's going to go ahead and telegraph for us that it's almost certainly going to be BDD coming in with the Lissandra and not having that mid-AP Echo. Just too damn good with tank stats.
They're trying to put a clamp on the assassin picks for Mickey. Obviously, Lissandra very safe against all-in most of the time, just with her access to the Frozen Tomb. So it's interesting to see what Mickey plays. Remember, Varus, Azir, Zed, Twisted Fate, 4 mid lane bans. And now we've had the Lissandra taken away. So the champion pool in the mid lane is actually pretty constricted at this point. It's going to be very interesting to see which direction Mickey goes. We talked about Lyra's Graves. Lyra, 8-2 since that CJ series they lost. Again, in their win streak, 8-2 on Graves. Very impressive stats. And next to Ambition, probably the best 2 Graves players in the league.
Yep. Does get locked in alongside Braum. And here the crowd just losing themselves after that hover of the Blitzcrank. Not going to come through, though. Kindred available for bubbling. That's been one of his more comfortable junglers, so he still has fumbled with it recently. But a lot open as far as the jungle goes. No bans.
See, Kindred I wouldn't mind in this rotation just because then you have double invulnerability against an assassin-minded player. You're basically saying, all right, choose an assassin, you're not going to be able to deal with this. So double invulnerability, and honestly, Echo, pseudo-invulnerability in the ultimate. So suddenly a very, very slippery lineup locked in by CJ. Very hard to lock down and kill any of these 4 lock-ins.
Yeah, but the Ezreal comes in as well. Kramer's Ezreal is one of the best. It's up there just about with Bangs, I would say. He had that set a couple weeks ago where he did not die in all 3 games and just played phenomenally, kited so well. So this is definitely going to be a comfortable champion coming up for him. Wasn't sure if it was going to be the Lucian, something that he has played a hell of a lot of. Now we see Songyun perhaps playing around with the idea of that champion. Of course, a lot can be blocked here by this Braum with the Unbreakable. Can stop the True Shot Barrage and a lot of those Mystic shots that Kramer wants to weave into the back line and slow up this Rise especially as he comes teleporting in with home guards.
So we see the Cleanse summon a spell.
They're hovering
for mid
Maokai,
lane.
though.
So they're really considering the mid lane Rise. I don't know if I like it. I think Rise, one of the big reasons that he's viable in this meta is you run teleport on him in any situation because he lacks gap close. You know, we think of the Turbo Rise from Sarsen. he needs things like the home guard buff. If he doesn't have teleport, he doesn't have access to it. Now, he can still take summon a spell teleport, but against Lissandra, you feel priced in to take the cleanse.
Yeah, absolutely. But we can see it is the Maokai, so it will be a mid lane rise for Mickey. Going to try his hand at it. We saw Sassen play this extremely well.
But think about what Sassen had. He had teleport with the home guards. He had a Lulu in the top lane.
Yeah.
He was turbo rise through more than just his own desperate power movement speed. This is the sort of rise in this scenario, if he doesn't take teleport, where he might feel very constricted and very hard to actually gap close and do damage in a fight.
Yeah. I just don't know how this laning is going to go for Rise versus Lissandra. I feel like you're going to get poked out early. Obviously, you have to go for the double scaling items with the Seraph's Embrace from Tyr, and then the Catalyst of Protector into the Rod of Ages. I feel like this Lissandra is just going to hit a point faster than Rise can, where she can just poke you out. And even if you ultimate forward and try to get into her face, Frozen Tomb, since she walks away with the Glacial Path.
Yeah, look, the draft I like from CJ a lot. It's just not very CJ-esque. It doesn't necessarily strike me as one of their wait for the late game, stall it out, and win team fights. Both teams are pretty even in terms of team fights. I give the slight advantage to Afrika with the likes of Rise, and then the reliability of Maokai and Graves in the late game. But you're right, the mid lane laning phase is the big question mark. Rise will be heavily pushed in by Lissandra as much more wave clear. Rise will have to use his mana just to last it under turret, so will struggle. Lyra wants to be farming as Graves, so can they actually get Mickey through the laning phase and then find the fights? It's going to be all on Ixu to initiate, with Rise only being able to directly run at people with just the desperate power. There are no more movement speed increases, no teleport, no Lulu. Difficult for Rise to get in there for the damage.
Righteous Glory, let's go.
Well, outside chance of that. I mean, honestly, in this comp, why not?
Yeah. Was one of the staple purchases for Maokai last season. We've seen it a couple times. It's very rare, but we do see it every now and then. We'll have to see if they do want to drag that one out to try to enable Mickey to get into that backline a little bit faster, chase some people, get the roots in. But obviously, the big ones that we have to keep our eyes on, I know the match point is Mickey versus BDD, but for me, it's going to be Lyra versus Bubbling. Bubbling, somebody who has not been performing, and Lyra, who has been on a rise as far as his jungling premise goes.
Lyra's the one on Comfort. Maybe they moved Mickey off Comfort, but Lyra is a fantastic Graves. He's got his champion. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. Game 1, playoffs on the line. Afrika versus CJ Entus. Let's get into it.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while
Well, the Afrika chant getting drowned out by the oohs and ahs as we swoop across Summoner's Rift. But the CJ chant very much present. You can hear the crowd has their backs. This crowd does not want to be disappointed. They want a CJ victory. And Samsung does as well. I'm sure they're waiting backstage, back home. I don't know where they are, but wherever they are, they're waiting and watching. Fingers crossed with breath held. BDD going to walk into this brush with Mickey.
It is a level 1 Rise.
And nothing's going to happen.
Nope. Thunderlords will proc.
Oh, yeah. BDD wins.
I mean, CJ had the original org, Achilleos, MIG Blaze, MIG Frost. They were around right at the start, even before the Korean server existed, and then are synonymous with Korean League of Legends. So many of those legacy fans, still CJ fans, and they still have that link. They still have Mad Life repping it from support.
Yeah. Arguably the biggest fan base in Korea, next to SK Telecom T1. I don't even know which one has the bigger fan base technically. Could be.
I mean, SKT's done a lot more winning for a lot longer, so
it's true. But
SKT pips them, but CJ fans are fiercely loyal. They will always come to the studio, and they will always make noise.
And they will always be sad in the Reddit threads.
That's true. But that's just the Western fans. You should see the Invent CJ fans.
I'm glad I can't read Invent. It would be horrible.
Mad Life.
Oh yeah, Mad Life getting some good aggression in on Lyra, pushing him right off that red buff. This is going to delay his jungle significantly. Ixu wrapping around, but going to be too late to stop Mad Life from pushing in, but will arrive in time for the red to still go down. But Ixu gets the red buff.
That's definitely not ideal.
That is not what they wanted. So all in all, Mad Life doing one hell of a job. Now getting some damage in on the tree. Look
Trying
at
to
this
burn it down.
Trundle. Yeah, that's what you have to do. Burn the tree to the ground. Madlife taking a lot of damage. Maybe sticking around a little too long. And Tara roaming down. BDD going to cut off Mickey, however, and stop that 3v1, or the 3v2.
So Afrika got really greedy with the jungle follow because Ixu wasn't helping Lyra take the red. So Madlife could just come in and push him out of finishing the buff. In the end, we notice it doesn't go to the ideal target. It goes to the Maokai. Afrika initiated this lane swap, got super greedy, and were well punished by Madlife's roam.
Absolutely. He even got one of the minions, I believe, out of that at the Raptor camp. So good stuff from Madlife. Really early aggression. That's what I like to see from this guy.
But just look at the flow-on effect. They're going to be so much slower in matching the top lane push. You know, Graves just stays. They're out of position because of it, and they have the buff go to not to Lyra, you know, the farming jungler who wants to get as much experience and gold as possible early. Madlife's roam just bought CJ a massive lead that's not reflected in any stat on the screen.
Yeah, and while it's not the make or break for a gank, the lack of a red buff is going to be harmful for Lyra if he wants to go in for some early aggression against somebody like BDD, who is already pretty mobile. Without that slow from the red buff, that extra damage makes it that less likely that you're actually going to find a kill.
It'll just dissuade him. That's the reality, is it'll dissuade him from showing any aggressiveness. There's no way to know if he would have regardless, but now it's just completely out the window without that red buff.
Yep, essentially. Solid stuff, though, so far from CJ. We'll see if they can keep it up. Both of those towers being traded out, tier 1 on the top on the side of CJ and the tier 1 on the bot on the side of Afrika. So keeping things as far as the lane swaps go pretty standard. We'll see if this is just going to be another tower swap as we have the rotations up into the top for Kramer and Madlife.
I just love that CJ basically have the most frustrating team to kill imaginable. Echo ultimate, Kindred ultimate, Lissandra ultimate, Ezreal as a champion in general has always been a big note button, and then Trundle Pillar. Locking someone down and killing them is going to be super difficult, but you have to remember that Ryze in this iteration does have multiple bursts of damage. Although, famously now only gets the cooldown reduction for 5 spells, but because the cooldown of his ultimate Desperate Power at level 16 is so low, you get that movement speed, you get your first rotation out, everyone else during the next 10 seconds blowing flashes, trying to get out, Kindred ultimates being popped. Then basically 8 seconds later, you have 80 movement speed and AoE damage again, and if all those invulnerability ults are down, that's when Ryze may really pounce and make a big impact in fights.
Yep. You can see, though, Afrika getting pushed off of that tier 1 on the bot side for just a couple seconds as CJ still sticking the turret in the top side. Light Glue will be able to work this one down. That should give maybe a little bit of a tempo edge over to the side of CJ. They're going to keep making some moves as they go over to the Rift Herald as well. It looks like Lyra might be trying to pay a visit to this mid lane. Just going to go in for some vision, it seems. So this will go over. We'll see who picks up the Rift Herald buff. Looks like it's going to be Kramer.
So CJ, as a grand extension of the work Madlife did, is much faster. So you see some good trade damage from Mickey come in. Much faster at picking up the second turret. They get a free Rift Herald. We're still waiting for the turret to go down bot. They're going to try and answer with Dragon. Looks like they'll just have the time to do it. But it's been CJ first to every objective and Afrika much slower.
Yep. First Dragon, though, a decent pickup. Obviously not going to net them any gold for the team globally, but will give them a little bit of a lead. BDD going in. Mickey instantly going to cleanse that out. BDD flashes in, takes a turret shot. Can he do it? The Q coming through, not going to go down.
Oh.
Mickey barely staying alive. BDD as well, but that will still give a summoner benefit over to BDD as he has the teleport available. Mickey having to use both of his to live through that trade.
First meeting of BDD and Mickey. Of course, BDD wasn't in the lineup in the first round robin when these two teams last met.
Yeah.
Already some fireworks. This is a preview for what should be an enthralling series.
I do like it so far.
Sungyun's spotted an award. Nice deep vision from CJ.
Yep. See, though, Kramer has the Rift Herald buff. We'll see if they want to push this, try to get to that tier 2 tower. I don't know if they're going to go for any kind of hard push.
I mean, the lanes are actually in much better spot for CJ. The reverse push is happening in top. You can already see in bottom. It's been Ezreal and Trundle holding this lane. Lucian's already falling behind in CS. Maokai is falling behind in CS. just, again, this all comes from the interrupt and the different timers we had as a result of level 1. That's why we see so much priority for these supports to roam, because in ideal circumstances, the flow-on effects is situations like this.
Yeah. You can see, though, BDD still going for the aggression early, has the blasting wand, then going to get the catalyst of the protector, it seems.
That's pretty standard, unless gold values really dictate, or repeated ganks, your flash being down. Maybe you go for catalyst, but blasting one for a bit of lane presence. Makes a lot of sense.
Goes for that, and of course, Mickey just a little ways away from that catalyst. The tier already in the inventory as he starts stacking that one up. Dark Seal purchase very early for Untara. He had that while the second tower was going down. Actually.
It's become very common, getting that extra value out of Corrupting Potion, and then the upside bonus, 350 gold purchase could theoretically net you a whole nice chunk of ability power if you get involved in kills. There's just no real downside because of how cheap the item is. Just pick it up, get that maximum value out of laning with the Corrupting Potion, and then, hey, any bonuses, you'll take them.
Yep. You see, though, Bubbling, he's still going for this item build that he's been doing so much. He keeps going for the Tracker's Knife on the Kindred, whereas most other Kindreds that we see go straight for the Skirmisher Saber. He's been doing this for quite some time now, and it's still interesting to see.
Well, you think about it. What does Tracker's Knife give you? It gives you defensive vision in most cases. CJ are a defensive team. They rarely do anything in the early game. Honestly, they're hard pushed to do anything in the mid game. They're all about extending out games, so why go for Skirmisher Saber if you have no confidence that you'll be roaming aggressively or fighting against the enemy jungler with your team?
Yep, sure. Untara, though, maybe in a bit of a bad spot as Lyra comes through, sweeps the brush to deny the vision. Untara really far forward, has to use the ultimate to jump back, flashes over to the brush, but Lyra's going to follow up as well. Can he phase dive over the wall? He does. Lyra dashes in. Can he close the distance? Collateral damage comes out, not going to be enough. Untara will get out for his life, so all in all, it's going to be a flash for a flash.
But look at the state of the lanes. Ezreal's got a hard freeze down bottom. Untara doesn't die. The reason you never go for freezes is that it's so easy to punish them through neutral objectives, through ganking out the lanes. If you get away with a freeze, you feel excellent because it's just so hard to manufacture.
Yep. Bubbling now, getting found by Song Yun as he's going to be taking away this Krug. Does have the smite available, so we'll get that and be able to retreat safely. Just continuing on the path to picking up that Devourer. Falling behind, though, you can see 15 CS up for Lyra. That's going to be a little bit troubling as Bubbling needs to be picking up those stacks very quickly once he completes the Devourer.
And it's a trademark, very greedy draft from CJ Entus, Devourer, Kindred, Blue Ezreal. One of the reasons we haven't seen teams playing Ezreal is that you have champions like Sivir entering the meta. Sivir and Lucian, very powerful early. Very powerful in the mid game. With the ricochet changes, even Sivir is very powerful in the late game. Ezreal pigeonholes you into late game, but that's CJ Entus through and through. So they're confident. Just going for the Tracker's Knife, putting down wards, and trying to stall out the game, but you're stalling out the game against Ryze.
Oh boy, this could be bad for BDD. Flash.
He's been spotted.
Flash is not available. Yeah, I think they did see Ixu, but they didn't see Lyra.
And Lyra's backed away.
But, yep, they're just going to go ahead and back off, knowing that BDD has an inkling of an idea that this was going on, so we'll just peel back and go back to their respective lanes.
Tara's on. Super safe laner in Echo. We saw a two-man gank wasn't enough to take him down because of these lane swaps, because we have so many turrets down. When we eventually see Untara pick up the Iceborne Gauntlet, one of the reasons Echo's so powerful in this meta is that she's so good at chasing down tanks when they get below 30% HP, has that missing health damage as well. She's very powerful against the meta champion. Says, oh, it's going to be a Rift.
Yep. Does get spotted out as they do have this ward, so Africa do have an idea that this is happening, but not going to be able to collapse in any fashion to contest for the Rift Herald, so second will go over to CJ, but it's still falling behind in gold by just a couple hundred without that first blood coming out, so Africa doing well to maintain a slight lead despite CJ being able to pick up that 250 from both of those Rift Heralds.
I mean, that's the biggest surprise that Mickey actually has a decent CS advantage in mid.
Yeah.
Obviously hasn't felt pressured. Bubbling again. Been farming his jungle. Hasn't even guessed it in any lanes. So feels no pressure and can just push up with reckless abandon.
Yeah, that's going to be the big difference is Lyra in the jungle. 62-40 as far as the CS goes. And look at this. Africa just pushing straight in for this tier 1 tower. Not quite going to be able to get it as Graves is not going to be the most effective AD to be able to take down those turrets, but still get some significant damage in on that.
I mean, Afrika's rotations in the early game, their early game in general has always been one of their strong points, so nice to see them, knowing Lissandra had backed, rotate into mid, get a lot of turret damage. Next time they visit mid, they'll take it down. They're looking for a dragon.
Yeah, looking for it. True Shot Barrage not going to come in time. It's blocked out by the Unbreakable as well. So, second dragon goes over to Afrika, and they all exit over the wall safely.
It's worth noting that none of this from Afrika in the early game is a surprise. What they've developed in the second half of the season has been late game shot calling, late game team fighting, something they just never could put together ever since they debuted a year ago. Adding that to what has been a trademark strong early game. They were actually third in the league for goal difference at 15 minutes, i.e. early game power, when they were 1-6. And that's the sort of stat that really told us this team's got more, that it's not putting it together, really putting it together in the last 10 matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And that makes me really excited for the next round in the summer because a lot of teams have been on the rise. Spenu has been a team looking really strong. Not strong enough to probably take down SK Telecom later today, but looking strong. Decision-making has improved immensely, but Afrika's another one of those teams. So moving into next split, especially with teams like Longzhu and Samsung underperforming, at the start of next split, we don't know what the standings are going to end up being. It could be completely flip-flop from where it is today. Sans, Rocks Tigers, SKT, and KT.
And look, Spenu will be playing in a relegation match, but if you're not familiar with the state of Korean Challenger right now, it's actually very top-heavy. The best team is MVP by a wide margin, and ever since Athena left they've actually been quite weak. You know, they've fallen to third in the rankings at points. Not 100% sure on where they lie right now, but basically most analysts are saying only challenger team that can take down a champions team is MVP. And since Spenu will finish 9th, they will not have to face MVP.
Yep.
So very likely to make it back into champions is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Kongdu Monster, though, it's a little bit more questionable. Almost took down Samsung, but that was very much in part to Samsung playing not so great.
There's never been a challenger playoff in Korea where the champions team was the underdog, but I have to say, this is definitely the first time for Kongdu.
Yeah, I certainly have to agree with you. See, though, tower in the mid still taking damage. Just one big push from several members of Afrika, and they will be able to take down that objective, and that'll open up the map for Afrika to really play around with it.
Not enough teams do this with Graves jungle. Okay, ganking lane's not the strongest, but does so much turret damage that he's got it low. They're probably not going to go for a dive.
Oh, Public to get a lot of damage. Lamb's Spite, of course, going to come down. That's going to be the Frozen Tomb now on Lyra, who has to dash away. Snowflower playing up the front, but might go down. Gets the heal out here from Songyu to keep him alive. And with the arrival of Untara, Afrika going to have to play really cautiously now. Snowflower quite low. Ixu going to be the only tanky member on the team at the moment. And it looks like we might just have a disengage. Afrika saying, you know what, we'll let you have the turret for a little bit longer.
You have to say, though, the big ults are down on CJ, so Afrika, they can get the fight they want, they'll definitely go in.
Yep, very true. Bubbling still on the run. Lyra going after him. The flash is available. Flashes over the wall.
Oh.
Does not get the kill, however. Not quite enough damage. End of the line. Didn't get him in the end. And that will be Bubbling getting out. Now Ixu gets caught, locked down by the Lissandra, trying to run away. Snowflower jumps in front. Now the sun's coming through. BDD gonna fall. Couldn't get out of there. And now Snowflower too far forward. He's gonna go down, but a mid laner for a support. Pretty good trade. Ixu, can they catch him? True Shot Barrage not yet available, so they cannot snipe him out. Ixu will be able to walk away with his life.
Songyun. So Snowflower was definitely too aggressive there. Should have just been first blood. Back away. Take that mid lane turret that you've been trying to focus down for the last few minutes.
Yep.
Well punished by CJ. Untara rotated at just the right time. Just shows you a little preview. Mickey's still definitely powering up, but the power, it's coming soon.
Absolutely. Rod of Ages completed here on this back. Tier still stacking. We can see, though, Kramer trying to get that Iceborne Gauntlet. It is the Man Immune has been completed for quite some time.
Look at this beautiful line of pink wards in the inventories of Afrika.
Yeah.
Ready to set up. They've been always a team that, when they debut, we were like, wow, this team wards very well for a challenger team. Warding has been one of their strong points, and they look like they want to capitalize on one of those pink wards.
Oh, going over the wall, trying to get Bubbling, knowing that the Lambs Respite and the Flash were down, but couldn't quite get the pick on him, but this should be the Rift Herald going over.
Kramer has no mana, so no way for them to contest Rift Herald.
Yep. Mickey flexing up against Kramer a little bit there and just roots him as he does finish the arcane shift, so won't be able to follow up with too much damage, but it's going to be Africa getting their first Rift Herald here of the game. Probably going to be one of the last ones that we see. Bubbling, getting engaged on Lamb's Spite has become available. Can he even pop it in time? Jumps over the wall, actually just off cooldown. I thought it was up, but he couldn't do it. Last auto attack finishes him off, and Mickey just gets the solo kill.
And this is the flow-on effect, and now they're not going to be able to mount a defense in mid. It will be the mid lane tower falling down as well. CJ Jungler wading into the enemy jungle on a solo mission. This time just greedy, just wanted to pick up a Mark of the Kindred, dying for it. CJ, whether it was Ambition last season or Bubbling this season, all too common that scenarios like this come up.
Unbench the Daydream.
I mean, that Cloud Templar guy looked all right as well.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, put Cloud Templar back in. I'm sure the CJ fans here would love that.
Really interested to see how the offseason plays for CJ. Again, they have Daydream on the ladder, but had been out of competitive play for a long time. Obviously just practicing. They weren't confident to put him in this season, I guess, until maybe the next game. I don't know if we'll see Daydream. I doubt it, but he has a place in my heart, and it'd be great to see him back on the CJ lineup.
I mean, being out of competitive play for a long time doesn't mean that you cannot play. I mean, we saw Bengi in competitive play for a long time, now on the bench.
You think of a CJ player, sorry, of a competitive player that was out of the competitive scene for a long time and came in, you think of legacy Korean players. Most famous name that fits that billing is Bray, and what a comeback he made after being eventually just retiring from Najin Shield, or Sword, I believe, and coming back onto the Rocks Tigers, and the rest is history.
Yeah. We see how well that's worked out. Mickey, though, getting engaged on the stun will come through. Snowfire jumps in, trying to dissuade the rest of this engage, blocking a lot of these skill shots. Arcane Barrage will come through, but now Mad Life maybe getting locked up. Kramer, though, gonna find the first kill as Ixu goes down. Came straight into the middle of all of CJ. Looks like they're gonna be able to pick him up. And I don't know if they're going to be able to continue any pressure onto this tower in the mid lane. Snowflower are going to have to back off. Mickey can't stick around for too long, but the calling's available here for Songyun, and he's likely going to have to use it. There it is. Trying to keep him off this one. Untara looking for the flank, not going to be able to find it.
Mickey still has cleanse and has ult available again, so could put in a nice burst of damage, but CJ will back away.
Yep. So not going to be able to net themselves that objective, but do get the kill onto Untara, so they'll level the scoreboard in that regard.
Oh no. The red buff burn puts the blue buff over to Lyra. That's not good. Oh, that's awkward.
So that's a double buff flub here for the side of Africa so far.
But Mickey already had a blue buff as far as we can tell, so he's going to do okay.
I think he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
Needlessly large rod now in the inventory. The Seraph's Embrace gotta be coming soon. He's been stacking that thing up pretty furiously. We'll see if he gets it on completion or if he'll have to stack up a few more spells. But I think it'll be pretty close. Rod of Ages though.
4 stacks, I believe.
Yeah, and I believe 8 on the side of BDD. So he did complete that. Maybe it's 6. I can't really tell.
I think it's 8. Our monitors are quite small, guys.
Yeah.
We're squinting to check.
It's hard to tell sometimes, these numbers. 15 stacks, though, for Bubbling. That's bad. That sucks. not like... Okay, that sounded harsh.
It was harsh, Kilios. Harsh but fair.
Yeah. I try not to be too rough sometimes, but
only
Bubbling,
on NA, right?
Yeah, only on NA. But now Bubbling, that is not a good look. 21 minutes in, 15 stacks.
Well, he's been punished when he's tried to make those roam plays. Of course, got solo killed by Mickey just a few minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Look at the damage coming through. Has to throw down the flames. So Spite has the flash available. Should be able to get out of this one. She's going to sit in it. Why not just flash the wall and try to get the safety? Sticks in there. And Lyra gets the kill.
Here comes
really
Mickey.
Weird decision-making. BDD going to get locked up. Has to use the Frozen Tomb down onto himself. Meanwhile, Mad Life goes down as he flashes the wall. Songyun getting the kill there. Kramer and BDD able to escape, but have to use the flash on both of them to get out. And Tara just trying to split around the bot side, but look at this.
He didn't feel like he had a teleport ward. He's going to have to teleport now to stop this Baron.
Yeah. Going to have to try to do something. Both Kramer and BDD insanely low. It would certainly be a suicide
There's no walls
play.
to get there.
TP coming in now for Tara. It's going to be too late. This thing is going down. There's too much damage on the side of Africa. They get the kill. BDD on the run with Glacial Path. Utara cutting him off with a parallel convergence. Goes in onto Ixu. Can they find a kill? I don't think it's going to happen. Lyra goes in, finds BDD. End of the line, not going to connect. Now Utara way too far forward. Has to use the ultimate to dash back. Getting those concussive blows stacked up. Lyra, can he get this kill? One more auto attack would do it. Throws out end of the line. Not going to connect now. Lyra has to be on the run. Hex Trigger gets popped. That's going to be the Mystic Sotch still slowing him up. He will be able to retreat, but overall, a devastating play onto CJ leads straight into a Baron, and Africa going to be able to walk away with all 5 members alive.
Insane that Untara stayed bot for so long, didn't find a teleport, then couldn't even teleport to contest the Baron. You have to think communication between the members of CJ just wasn't there because they get insanely punished for what could have been just a couple of people falling down and no other big objectives for Africa.
Yeah.
We're going to watch the replay. This is the Baron take again. Untara very, very slow on the teleport. And then so many low health bars. The re-engage for Lyra seems pretty crazy, but he's just trying to buy pressure for Ixu to get out. They almost get an answering kill anyway, but nobody dies.
Yeah, he didn't clip the wall with the end of the line either there, which almost certainly would have led to BDD's death. So a little bit of a misplay by Lyra, missing that skill shot. But overall, Africa completely in control of this game here. 23.5 minutes. And up over 4,000 gold at the moment. And they're looking to add some more to that tally as they continue these pushes, these split pushes here across the map into these tier 2 turrets that are still standing for CJ.
The crazy thing to me is that we've never seen Mickey be kited. The big criticism of mid lane Rise with no teleport is that he only has his ult as a gap closer against Trundle, against Lissandra, against all the disengage that CJ can put out. But CJ have been opting into fights when they still have people powering up, when Bubbling, as we mentioned, is nowhere near Sated Devourer. Old CJ would just be wave clearing and trying to alleviate pressure, but feels like CJ have heard the criticism and then kind of gone a bit Rambo when this is actually one of those games where hanging back is very much in their incentive.
Yeah, CJ, do not go Rambo. They're not going Rambo like 1 or 2, they're going like Rambo, like the new one, whatever the new one that came out like 4 years ago was. I don't remember what it's called, it's just bad.
Who's the really old Sylvester Stallone character in this one then? Who on that? Is that Mad Life? Is he the one who's like past it and like, oh God, guys, one more fight?
I mean,
no
I
one
don't
else
know.
really fits the billing there.
I'd say it's Bubbling just because the movie's bad, Sylvester Stallone is bad.
But remember,
Bubbling's not
Rambo
playing
was
well.
once a heroic character. I don't know if Bubbling's ever been a heroic character.
That's true. That's a good point.
And one other
We'll give it to
interesting,
Mad Life
one
there.
other interesting storyline that
But
I
he's doing
actually
okay.
wasn't aware of to just before this series, that Untara was actually on the first ever Anarchy lineup, and Bubbling, famously, I already knew, was on Rebels Anarchy, so some more revenge stories coming through.
Oh, well, that's going to be the 4th Dragon going down. Snowflower getting locked up in the parallel conversion. Bubbling all on his own on an island. Lamb's Spike comes down. He's going to fall all the same. Songyun going to pick up the kill. Let's see if Africa can continue the chase. Mickey's wrapping around through the mid lane. Songyun almost goes down, has to flash and heal to keep himself alive.
Here comes
Snowflower
Mickey.
on the retreat. Here comes Mickey, though. Ixu goes into the back line, locks down BDD. He's going to fall. That's going to be Untara going down as well. A 3-for-1 play here from Africa, and CJ stuck in the wrong side of the jungle, gonna have to retreat with the recalls, and this opens up Africa to take down this tier 2 in the mid lane.
You have to think Ambition somewhere is watching this and shaking his head at some more bubble time from Bubbling. That's what the Korean fans call some of Bubbling's catastrophic mistakes. We saw one where he invaded, solo killed by Rise, and in this fight when we see a replay, with the Lamb's Respite, a utility ult, he's just completely separated from his team, dies for free. They get no value from Lamb's Respite. And another team fight win over to Africa.
Yeah. They also say fumbling sometimes. Fumbling.
No, but bubble time's more fun.
Yeah.
If you don't know that it's ironic, it sounds like you're praising him. Ah, yay, it's bubble time.
Yeah. It's not a good thing.
No.
Bubble time is never a good thing. It's like party casks with bubbling.
And Bronx cheers. I like how you came up with another thing. It was still for Bubbling. Oh dear.
Yep. Poor bubbling.
Poor Bubbling.
You know what? I'm thinking about it more. I think that Rambo movie might have literally just been called Rambo.
That's probably actually correct. That's the cool new thing.
I think that's what it is.
Because numbers make things sound like you have to watch the previous ones.
Yeah.
Rambo's just a cool title.
Yeah, I think they just called it Rambo.
I've never seen a Rambo film.
Really?
I know.
Oh, you got to see First Blood.
I'm lucky they didn't ask me that when I was coming into the United States a couple of weeks ago. I think I wouldn't have passed border control.
Yeah, it's an interesting
Speaking of border
Snowflower, though, getting caught out in the jungle. Uses to stand behind me to get the safety that should keep him alive. Untara can't follow up for the parallel convergence as the concussive blows do lock him up. Now Lyra arriving, going to dissuade any further aggression by CJ Entus. Can try to go for a pick on the support, and they still can't even get it, and he holds onto the flash.
But it's crazy that you think of the two scenarios. Untara was out of place when they took the Baron. In this situation, you don't see any panic teleport from Ixu. Clear communication. He's like, okay, you guys can get out. I'm going to keep pushing. Rise started to walk bottom, got called back into mid. Afrika don't lose out on resources through panic teleports and panic plays. They've been the controlled pro team, and CJ Entus has been the one who's been wanting on a macro level.
Yeah.
The items are really starting to pack up as well. Ixu's looking very, very powerful. Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart been completed for a while. Less said about Rise, the better from a CJ perspective. He's going to be murdering people.
Yes,
and it's just 2 item power spikes for most of CJ. Gold lead very much reflected, and team fight's looking a bridge too far for CJ Entus.
Yep, and then we are now just 200, 300 gold away from a 10,000 deficit for CJ Entus, which is looking pretty insurmountable here as we are not even at the 29-minute mark.
We haven't even talked about the 4 dragons.
Oh,
again,
no, we haven't.
In the open space, initiating as a freak is super hard. Only Maokai really has the way with a teleport flank. When you got 4 dragons, the enemy team has to come to you, and then Rise says, thank you very much, activates his ultimate and gets triple kill.
Yep.
That's the big difference, is Afrika needed to control objectives if they were going to win with a comp that was so easily kited. Well, mission success.
Mission success indeed. See Mickey looking oh so terrifying with the Void Staff in his inventory.
Lyra has Flame Horizon Devourer Kindred.
Oh my god.
The farming jungler.
Dear lord. That is not something I would have ever expected to see. A Flame Horizon against the enemy jungler.
And also, think about this. Look at the CS values. Everyone buying the supports is above 200 CS except Lyra, who's under 100. That just means that CJ have missed 110 CS that Afrika have found.
That is a depressing statistic that I wish I never heard. See though?
Time.
Yep, bubble time. Second dragon.
Double
Baron
teleport.
has been started up. TB coming in. BDD coming in. Who can he find for a target with this Frozen Tomb? Afrika actually have to kite back. CJ have a pretty good stranglehold here so far. They go forward, find Snowflower, taking a lot of damage. He has to flash away, but he still goes down. Bubbling finds the kill. Now Ix in the front side, getting taken down. The Amster Spike drops on all members of every team. CJ though, looking like it's going to be the ones that fall down, and it will be, as this is going to be Songyun going on a tear. Picks up a double kill. Kramer fires back, finds one of his own, but Lyra takes down Untara. So far, a 3 for 3. CJ and Afrika, both teams completely crippled after that fight, coming out even.
That was a titanic fight, and it was actually a great Lamb's respite. You saw everyone fell low from the desperate power AoE from Rise, but nobody died at the start of the challenge. This was actually a really awesome fight. Finally, the double teleport counts up a lot. Afrika already poked out. Excellent flash away from BDD, and then the damage starts coming through. Snowflower dies first. Not that ideal, but it was fine from an Afrika perspective. But look at what the Lamb Spike gives them. Everyone so low on the side of CJ. But then Mickey dies instantly after the Lamb Spike goes down, and it ends up being a very even trade, despite the fact that Afrika entered that fight about 9,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, that is the best, one of the best case scenarios that you can find if you're CJ Entus, picking up those kills and trading evenly. But now it's do or die time. The dragon spawning right now. 5th dragon for Afrika if they pick this up would be the first for CJ Entus. If this goes over to Afrika, I think that last fight just counts for nothing.
CJ needs to find time for Bubbling to get his ult up. He's not going to have damage. He's way behind his opponent. But 75%. The Lamb's respite is what they need to have any hope of winning this fight.
Yeah, 75% off cooldown. Still need to wait, but it's already been started up, and this dragon's taking a hell of a lot of damage as Afrika pushes forward. Parallel convergence comes in. BDD on the backside of the pit, gonna go in. Lyra has to dash out, and he's still gonna find it with the spike. Takes him down. BDD has to use his Zodius to try to keep himself alive. Bubbling, flashing out. The Lamb's spike still not there, but the rest of CJ is just crumbling under the pressure that Afrika's applying. Bubbling, the only one alive, but not for long, as Songyun is hot on the chase. Minions already pushed up here into that mid tower.
Oh.
The tip of the piercing light takes him down. You can see Mickey, big smile on his face. That's going to be game one, going to Africa in great fashion as they stomp out CJ Entis.
Achilles, with this flu, I don't have the power in my voice to explain how well Lyra played that fight. You saw him dash out behind the pit when he saw the claw coming in from BDD. Then he altered in the opposite direction to get back in the pit, hit the smite, 5th dragon, they win the game. Lyra was outstanding, and Afrika Freaks deserve the first game of the series.
What a gorgeously played game by Africa. Almost giving up some ground to CJ in that fight at the Baron Pit, but coming back in and just absolutely crushing CJ. You can see the looks of defeat here on these guys' face. Gonna have to collect themselves.
Where's our Samsung cam?
I don't know. I want a Samsung cam.
I think it looks pretty much like this.
Yeah. It's probably something very similar.
Lyra
a lot of cold
literally
sweats going on.
pulled one out of nowhere. I have never seen the ult used purely to get back into the Dragon Pit as if it was a 90 caliber net. That was insane to see. Still had the ability to get the smite. Mickey played great. They weren't able to punish the cleanse. They got the dragons, which forced CJ to fight on their terms. No kiting out the rise. And even though they misplayed one fight, Afrika Freaks look great.
Absolutely. And this is how they've looked for the last couple weeks, and Lyra especially showing up huge on that Graves, didn't die in the entire game, and like you said, making that wonderful play with the collateral damage.
Insane.
That was just
So good.
high mechanic skill right there, and to confirm the dragon with the smite, beautifully played by him. He gets my MVP vote. Lyra, that was a wonderful performance on Graves.
And the casual flame horizon of the enemy jungler. And
Yeah.
the enemy jungler was a Kindred that never ganked.
A Kindred that also never got sated in about a 32-minute game. 32 and a half
boy.
minutes, did not get sated. Don't know how many stacks he had.
One
but
step
I'm gonna
away,
guess it's something like
Achilles.
23.
One more win, and this team's going to playoffs. They were 1-6, and crazily, they're going to playoffs potentially.
We'll have to see what happens when we come back for game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back to Champions, your MVP from Game 1. No surprise, it's Lyra. A 3-0-7 performance on Graves. And one hell of an ultimate at the end of the game to confirm a 5th Dragon. And have the rest of the team just sweep through CJ.
And look, if you're going to ban Graves against Samsung, you have to ban Graves against Afrika. He moves to 9-2 ever since they turned their series around. Ironically, the last time they placed CJ, they lost that series 2-1, have gone 8-2 since then, looking like it's going to be 9-2, especially if Lyra gets the Graves again.
Yeah, and we saw how many mid-centric bans came out in that first draft. You have to wonder, what is CJ going to change up?
You can't
Do they start banning out there? Because then all of a sudden you're giving up champions to Mickey, who is just as much of a threat on his key picks. So CJ in a really awkward spot.
So
Afrika
what's this
change
last Dragon? This is already after the fact, but
yeah.
Again, at this point the game was over. Afrika team fought very well. CJ made some critical mistakes. Some of their lack of teleport play from Untara, Bubbling being caught out. Look, very well deserved win for Afrika and another MVP for Lyra and Graves.
Yeah, just a solid performance overall. And Bubbling getting out pressured yet again. I told you that was going to be the matchup that we would have to look at rather than Mickey and BDD, which wasn't nearly as impactful. Bubbling playing that Kindred, which is supposed to be one of his more comfortable champions, not getting sated. When we saw him in about 20 minutes, he was 15 stacks. Not sure what it was by the end of the game, but something's
honestly,
gonna happen.
That's the sort of game which I'd like to VOD review. And I know it sounds harsh on Bubbling. We don't like to harp on players who have poor performances, but if you're playing Kindred and you're not impacting lanes and you're not farming, what exactly are you doing? And that's the question that, without keeping close track of his pathing, I don't know the answer to. Yeah. I assume that he'd be at better Devour stacks if he wasn't impacting any lanes, but to get Flame Horizon by 25 minutes in the jungle is just not something that can happen at the top level.
Yeah. I hate to seem like I, as you said, harp on him a lot, but he's the one that receives the most ridicule.
Well, your eyes are drawn, and that's the thing about a cast. Your eyes are drawn to what's different from the average game, whether it's unique or just unexpected. And a lot of that game on Bubbling's part, positioning, pathing was unexpected.
Yeah, and even just through CJ's good games and those matches that they were winning, Bubbling was still looking like the one that was the underperformer. So it's just rough stuff. CJ gonna have to practice in this short period break that they will receive before the next split starts up as playoffs continue and whatnot. Daydream not gonna be coming in, so still sticking with Bubbling. They have faith in Bubbling. I have faith that he can improve. Question is, can he do it in this game?
It'll be a very short turnaround, but certainly is possible.
Yep.
As we're looking at the bans, and so far CJ on the blue side only finds space for a TF ban.
Yep, it's gonna be Rise. So they take that one off the board from Mickey, so Graves is still available. Question is, does Bubbling try his hand at the Graves, or does it go through this first pick and go straight back into Lyra's hands? Zed, the final ban, of course, from Afrika. Don't want that one for BDD.
I mean, the obvious power pick is Echo, but Untara didn't find a lot of value out of it. The thing about Echo compared to other top laners like Poppy, which Antara is good at and is also available, is that Poppy is a great teleport ganker, and Echo is situational. If you're early and you're in position, you can pull things off, but Echo isn't the same flavor when it comes to high-impact teleports like that Poppy, so maybe CJ will go somewhere different.
I think they kind of have to. The Poppy is certainly something that could be picked up, but the Trundle is available, of course. So Trundle could just be snatched up by Africa, but they will go for the Graves. This could be flexed elsewhere, but it's more than likely that it's going to end up in the jungle here for Bubbling, and now we can see Africa maybe saying, you know what, we can just pick up the Kindred.
Think of a champion that's actually made it through here. Nidalee is still available.
That's very true.
Lyra has looked excellent on Nidalee. He's thinking about the Kindred over Nidalee. I don't really, I feel like it's kind of jungle's preference when it comes to 6.6 Nidalee or 6.6 Kindred. Both are very powerful. Nidalee just saw those most recent changes.
But this is another thing that made it through, and it gets locked in the first round. It's going to be Kalista, and looking like Kalista, Alistar is the bot lane. Both will get locked up, and we know that Songyun loves this champion.
Yeah, Snowflower's go-to pick has been the Braum, 8-4, now 9-4 on the season. Not just talking about post-CJ, over the course of the season, even that long losing streak. He found a lot of wins on the Braum, but it's going to be the Alistar this time. Very powerful bot lane, obviously.
Very powerful indeed. And we might just have Kramer going back to this Lucian, which has been a staple pick for him in the AD carry role. Has carried CJ on his back with that AD carry.
You just have to wonder how Kramer will look back at his first season. Obviously not making playoffs. Weren't expected to, given the lineup they were fielding at the start of the season, but Kramer, again, comes into this game #1 in total kills, #2 in damage per minute, #1 in percentage of teams damage, and #1 in percentage of teams gold share. Not all those stats are necessitated for a great player.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Well, he tried the jinx.
Yeah, I was going to say
didn't
that.
work.
I was going to say that Kramer still going to be the, I won't call it the innovator, we'll call it the experimenter here as he locks in Twitch.
I think Twitch is really good. I'm definitely in the minority on that. He's very poor in laning phase, but if you can get a lane swap, you navigate some of that. The reset he gets on his Q is actually very powerful. It's something that hasn't been looked for. The only guy who's really playing Twitch and actually has joined Twitch bans is Imp, of course, for LGD.
Yeah.
Synonymous with that champion. I even see the Imp shout out here with the Samsung Twitch skin, but I think there is definitely some potential with Twitch. I'm just interested to see what they do with the rest of the comp.
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft, but it looks like we're actually going to get Mickey's Lulu in the mid lane, something that hasn't been mind-blowing. It's hard to be mind-blowing with Lulu, to be fair.
Mickey hasn't been mind-blowing this season, but the mind-blowing thing is that Mickey hard carrying hasn't needed to be a primary win condition for Africa. That's their development as a team. They go from the one-man army to 5 members who have all come up big in different series.
Yeah. It seems like Africa, when they run this composition with the Lulu, they don't always execute it quite as well as they need to.
I don't know about Twitch gameplay. Now we're talking about really not a lot of lane pressure.
Yeah.
And maybe it has to be Lissandra just to have some hope of lane pressure in mid lane. Yeah, it's a really big ask to go with the gameplay. Poppy makes a lot more sense and is a great champion for Antara.
Yeah, I think that you have to stick with something that's a little bit more consistent here for Antara. And we might see BDD trying his hand at the Karma, and it will be locked in alongside Poppy, so something that Faker has brought back into the meta here so far in Champions. He's been finding some pretty strong success, so Karma gets snatched up. It will be Poppy top, Graves in the jungle for Bubbling.
But where is Lulu going? It doesn't necessarily have to be mid lane.
We have seen top lane Lulu. You mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, and we did see that recently. And now they're really playing around with this Vel'Koz pick. I don't know about that one, but...
Now, you could just go Gragas top, Ixu favorite, and Peel for the Kalista. Songyun is an excellent Kalista player, so that would make a lot of sense. Maokai obviously is fine as well.
Yeah, if you want some peel, some lockdown as well, Maokai looks pretty good in that
The reason
regard.
why I like Gragas is that usually top lane Gragas is going to be just peeling with the ultimate for the Kalista, but it's Twitch, a champion that next to Kog'Maw does stand pretty stationary in fights, so the ability to force him to move is important, and there's an outside chance they'll be able to do that on Echo as well.
Yep, gets locked in here for Ixu, gonna try his hand at it as Antara didn't have the most impactful game with it there in the first. So
See, the thing about Echo, though, is that when you get your items, you can just run at the enemy AD carry, do some damage, usually about 50%, and then have to ult away. Twitch desperately wants to be looking past a diver and ulting towards the backline. He wants to stay fairly stationary, just like 5 attack speed Kog'Maw does. Echo will be great at running at him. It's just a question of how can CJ comp around the Twitch, because once you see Karma mid, you know this is a Twitch-centric comp.
yeah. But the question is Twitch in a position to have a comp centered around him? I know you said that you like Twitch. You think that Twitch is
There's
good,
a lot of
but-
ifs with Twitch. Can he get through the laning phase even? Usually the question is no. Can they get the lane swap to kind of take a bit of pressure away from there? There is a scenario where Twitch is eminently powerful and can carry a game. It's just CJ haven't shown the strength in the early game to justify going for risky AD carry picks like first Jinx and now the Thresh.
Yeah, the Jinx was, it was comical at best, I guess you could say, for Kramer trying that one out. I remember reading the post-game thread and everyone was just like, what happened? Like, I turned the stream off for like 3 minutes. I went to the bathroom, I came back, and there's a Jinx? Like, what the hell was going on? And now they can say that about Twitch as it gets locked in. So, interesting draft here from CJ Entis.
Freaka 1 win away from making it to the most unlikely of playoffs.
Unlikely indeed. Let's see if they can do it, or if CJ can take us to game 3. Let's go straight onto the Rift.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. We want you
No synergy there, Achilles.
There we go.
Freak is just excited.
Well,
They're one
this-
game away from playoffs. Forgive them for this one gaffe.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, at least the CJ fans have more synergy than the team does right now.
Well, harsh but fair
Ooh.
again.
소환사의 협곡에 오신
You made me smile. I'm sure some fans enjoyed that too.
I think the CJ fans probably started sobbing.
To be fair, the
quietly
CJ
into their
fans,
pillows.
the CJ fans have been through this before.
That's true. They're used to this.
They're not even
conditioned.
self-deprecating. They're just like, we're just going to lose, aren't we? And the answer is invariably yes. And CLG and CJ had a lot of parallels to, of course, CLG started winning in the last few splits. So it's on CJ to build a team that will be able to do that. And I don't know if this is the 5-man roster that will propel CJ to a Champions title, but one step closer with Kramer and looking most likely like one step closer with BDD.
Sure. Just comes a time where if you're a fan of a certain team, not just League of Legends, but any sport, you have to ask yourself, this team doesn't perform, yet I still cheer for them.
So-
Maybe, am I a masochist?
Well, let's talk about this because, see, I come from a Premier League background, you know, watching English football, soccer, depending on
Sure.
where you're from. And that's a sport where it's very much, I chose this team, I support Manchester United, I support Chelsea, I support Liverpool, and I stick with them. It doesn't matter who their roster is, who their lineup is, I stick with them. And esports isn't like that. It's just Snowflower.
Ooh, yeah, Snowflower gets a double pulverize, but takes a lot of damage from the end of the line.
Now, a
He's
lot of
just gonna try to
esports
be a nuisance. You
fans,
can continue.
a lot of esports fans are fans of players. I love Double Lift, so I follow him where he goes. Is that an American sports thing, or is that just an esports thing?
Following the players, I think, is more... It depends. There are some players, but it's not nearly as prevalent in regular traditional sports, I feel, that people follow the player themselves. It's mostly the team, I think. There's those few where like you get your Peyton Manning fans and
It
that
makes
kind
me
of stuff,
wonder,
like,
though,
the
Achilles,
big names
'cause
that
let's
people will
follow the
follow.
logic. Esports is very new. These teams have been around 3-4 years, the organizations. If they've been in esports, like Fnatic, maybe a bit longer. But do you think that was the case when competitive sports just became around, like when soccer was a new thing? Did people just follow players because there wasn't history with the org? Or is it just because it's a new generation of people? That's kind of where I wonder sometimes. And that, because again, I was a CLG fan from the start. They were one of the 2 teams. I thought they were cool, and I stuck with them. But
Yeah,
that's definitely not the story in esports.
That was a fan base that had to hold on for a long time for it to finally pay off. And it's been paying off quite well for them recently.
It's nice to wonder about these things.
Yeah, you never know. I do hope for teams that have underperformances to get better. It's unfortunate for a team like Dignitas that just got relegated out of the LCS, which is groundbreaking. It's the end of an era. It's pretty shocking as you see these trade back and forth here in the mid lane. BDD laying down the hurt with the Karma.
So let's talk about what's happened in this game. The lane swap is what CJ were looking for. They get it, but they've been a lot slower on the pace of the turret taking. So Africa has Nidalee around. They could consider pushing on. They see it. There's one ping onto the turret. They haven't shown yet, and they are going to back.
Yeah, not going to be able to get too much damage in there. Mickey did go back, pick up a second Doran's ring and some boots. Use the teleport to come back to lane. BDD could just go ahead and match that. Would only set him behind a little bit as far as teleport pacing goes for the cooldowns.
And this time it was Afrika getting the...
CJ.
Oh, that was not good. So Afrika were the one that's got the meaningful interrupt. We saw the double pulverize from Snowflower very early. That delayed their tempo when it came to getting to top and matching the lane swap. And, man, the punishment is massive. They don't even get the turret.
Yeah, that is bad. And now Ixu's here to defend it, albeit they would have to hold on for dear life to really keep that turret. But you see the recalls coming through here from Kramer and Mad Life. That'll give him a little bit of time to push the lane out and keep it away from the tower so he can hold on to that for as long as possible. But with that one turret take coming through and with some of these CS leads that have been established here, particularly in the mid lane here for Mickey, gold lead already going over to Afrika. About a K up here, just 5 minutes into the game.
There's a CJ actually just to send their bottom lane back top, and they're going to try and brute force down this turret eventually. Ixu gets a lot more CS though, and the worry here is on Untara, you have to think, because where's he supposed to go?
Yeah. It's a lack of identity now for Untara. BDD going to get engaged on a little bit, but Javelin doesn't land, so he keeps himself safe in that mid lane. Lyra starting to apply some pressure with this Nidalee. Something we didn't see a whole lot of yesterday when Nidalee came through.
But you have to mention that, you know, the big takeaway for CJ, that their vindication of their pick ban was taking away Graves, and that's giving Lyra Nidalee, who's, again, one of the better Nidalee players as well. So the champion pool issues they have with the jungle position don't end in this game.
Yeah. This should be the end of this top tower, though. Ooh, Kramer, he's taking it up. The last shot comes through. It's not going to be enough to kill him, but Ixu saws the meta, flashes onto his face. One more auto attack. He takes him down. Ixu for first blood, and now here comes Lyra. And this is just not a good look for CJ. Mad Life falls. 2 kills down on that top side. The turret still stands. And what can you even say about that? That is just heartbreaking.
Are you tilted? I'm tilted for them.
I'm done. I'm going to walk off the stage now. I'm just kidding.
That's kind of how it feels for Kramer and Mad Life, though. They were so much slower and matching the tempo of pushing the turret. Don't get it. They overextend again, trying to take the turret. And Ixu...
A big miss juggle. We'll have to take a look at this. Just Kramer.
Remember, you know what it is, right? It's the poison from the Twitch, and this is one of the other things that Twitch has issues with when it comes to turret taking, is he does take aggro. Poison on Ixu, walks up, just walks past Mad Life, kills him. Lyra goes for the predict, and looks a bit silly in that way, but still picks up the kill.
He almost would have gotten it. Mad Life, though, did delay it just in time to get to dodge the javelin.
And remember, now your Twitch has no flash, no heal, and they still haven't taken the turret.
Yeah. That is...
So Twitch's laning phase 2v2 is rough.
So bad.
Twitch's laning phase with no flash and no heal against a Calista Alistair, both with full summoners. You just can't enter lane, you have to leave. Literally, Snowflower walks up and Twitch has to leave the lane.
Yep. Depressing stuff here for CJ so far. Mickey can take a lot of damage, has to use the Wild Growth on himself. And BDD will not be able to follow up for a kill. One more Q after the Wild Growth would have done it, but still like good aggression. BDD is going to have to carry this game.
But it seems like Mickey's just been focusing on like wave clear rather than poke. He's definitely losing out in the trades, but is ahead in CS and is building very greedy, going for the Frost Queen's claim.
He's going to lose a little bit of CS, though, as that does get shoved into the tower, but you see Lyra is arriving to try to pick up the dregs of that. Moves it up to the top side by bubbling, unable to find any gank pressure, really. He's just going to have to go straight back into the jungle.
Again, this laning phase is just Snowflower walking at Twitch, and Twitch losing out on CS.
147 HP on that tower.
Same as a full health tower right now, really.
Now it's just a bait machine. It doesn't even have to deal damage. You just have to bait them close enough for Snowflower to get the headbutt pulverized.
But see, if you had a different jungler or if you had a different duo lane, it could be a bait machine in the other way, because a lot of junglers would just come by, last hit the turret, and then get a gank away with all the extra space. But I think it's going to be more like you mentioned, just a source of frustration for CJ.
Yep. Mickey trying to roam up to this top side, maybe go for a dive. Wild Growth's not available, though. This would be a little bit of a ballsy play. but it will be enough to push Kramer and Mad Life back a little bit. Bubbling's here. They will spot him with that ward in the brush, and that's going to be enough for Songyun and Snowflower to start playing a little bit safer as well. But with that knowledge, knowing that the Graves is on the top side, Leo goes straight to the Dragon.
It doesn't have enough health to solo it yet or items, so
It's
we'll
also
be
low
a
on
duo.
mana.
But, I mean, this has been a game, you know, we talk a lot about getting the one-up in the lane swap and answering things, you know, Dragon answering for a Rift Herald. Well, I mean, very simply, they didn't get an answering turret, but now they don't get an answering objective because they're not in a position to take a Rift Herald because they can't push the minion wave in because they never took the turret. So things escalate quickly is what we talked about with the Rocks Tigers, and they're escalating quickly here too.
Yeah, big damage coming in onto Mickey as the Wild Growth available yet again, so holds on to that one and his flash. So still knowing the limits of this champion, knowing what Karma can do in lane. Holds on to that, gets his blue buff, and he will return over here, and that should offer him a good amount of shielding so he can eat a lot of this damage that's being pushed out by BDD. Snowflower, though, finding Bubbling as he tries to take away the red buff. That was questionable. Throws out the collateral damage, doesn't even connect onto the Minotaur, and just going to have to hightail it out with his flash.
That was a strange flash as well because everyone else barring Nidalee was in vision. He must have just assumed that Lyra was around, but we know with full information that he would have been safe.
Yeah, hindsight's 2020, I suppose. Still just interesting play from Bubbling, and it's not looking good, although this time he is at least keeping pace in CS with Lyra, but Lyra has been able to pick up that kill. And it's just been applying more pressure on the map overall than Bubbling has been able to do. Oh, Mickey, you don't juke that way.
The predictions have been good. The laning phase from BDD once again has been outstanding. It's just we're getting closer and closer to a late game, and Karma will have all her damage blocked by frontline, whether that's Ixu or Snowflower. So Karma's going to be utility in the late game, and if Kramer doesn't have items...
Oh, look at this. Parallel Convergence lands the stun, and that's going to be all she wrote for BDD. Mickey, with the respect Wild Growth, just making sure he keeps himself alive through that final Q. But they get the kill. Karma goes down, and this mid lane tower looking like it's going to follow suit. Bubbling coming in. Snowflower flashed into the pulverize, unable to find it as the quick draw doesn't get him to safety. But the turret in the mid lane going to fall all the same. The second for Africa Freaks. They now have a 3.2 thousand gold. Going to get shrunk a little bit as this tower finally falls to the top side. So little victories for CJ.
But just look at this bottom side of the map. There's no whatsoever on the bot lane. Maybe there was a call from Poppy. We don't know. But really nice spot on the parallel convergence. BDD has nowhere to juke.
Yeah.
There's nowhere for him to go. And this is the Afrika gank. They all love to gank mid lane, and it's not for the kill. You know, the kill's a bonus. They love to gank mid lane when they have turret taking pressure. A ranged jungler like Graves or Nidalee and get turret damage in, and now they get both. They get the ultimate reward. They get the cherry on top of the turret and the kill, and now the map control, which CJ had very little of. They had a Twitch desperately under his turret. They had a bottom lane that was pushed up. Now they have no mid lane turret, and it's going to be even harder for Karma to have that lane control she did, because every time she goes for those mantra Q trades, she's going to be very overextended in mid.
Yeah. And Kramer is looking desperately under farm as well. 78 to 95 that Songyun has accrued for himself. We can see the Hurricanes already come through with that long sword that is almost certainly going to be built into a Vamp Scepter, so you can get that Blade of Ruin King out. Just the components for Kramer. Still needs a couple hundred gold to finish that out. Has the Bilge Water and that recurve bow, but still can't find it. And it's going to take so many more items for this Twitch to come online to become that assassin threat against the squishier members like Songyun that he needs to be.
3,000 gold is actually a pretty big lead for 12 minutes, Achilles.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it was 1,000 gold lead at 5 minutes.
That's what happens when the lane swap goes oh so wrong.
Yep, it more than tripled it in less than 3 times the amount of time that it took to accrue that.
And Twitch behind when it's a Twitch-based comp is a big issue because they want to delay, but we saw what happens when you delay, because in game 1, 5 dragons to 0 was the dragon score. In this game, the first Rift Herald and the first dragon have gone over to Afrika. They have complete control of the map.
Yep. You can see Dragon getting ready to spawn in a minute 50. Can only assume that Afrika is going to be ready to pick up that objective as it spawns and have that superior vision control. Snowflower on the roam out. It's going to take a little bit of damage. He is under-leveled compared to Mad Life, but Songyun still matching here with Kramer, and of course up in that CS. But Kramer is starting to come back as far as that lead goes, down by about 12 CS at the moment.
crazy that we're on the precipice of a 10-game losing streak to end the season for CJ. 10 games ago, we were talking about how heartening it was for CJ to come back with BDD and look like a respectable team, but man, it's been a depressing subsequent 10 games.
Yeah, and look at that. Kramer and Mad Life can't even take away the Krugs. Lyra leaps over the wall and takes it out with a smite. So just denying further gold away from this Twitch, strangling him of resources as much as they possibly can.
It is worth noting that in reverse order, CJ have played KT, SKT, Rocks, Tigers, and Jin Air. So they weren't expected to pick up many wins there anyway, but
that is true.
Not even a single solitary win is depressing with their new lineup.
Quite true indeed. And they could, well, no, I don't think. Actually, yeah, Longzhu could surpass them. I think Longzhu will surpass them and take the 7th place spot.
Very possible. Longzhu play tomorrow against Jin Air, I believe.
And Jin Air's been looking
wayward,
hesitant, you know, not as good as they did when they kicked off the season. They've been losing a lot of their games recently, albeit some of the matchups have been a little bit rough, but even so, yesterday we saw this 0-2 loss for them. Rough stuff. So that could be a set that Longzhu wins, because they have surprised us with some victories here where we thought that they weren't going to be able to take the series.
Interesting to see who starts for Longzhu tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that is also the big question. You never know.
I want to see Flame. Bring him back.
Yeah, Expression's not been doing so hot. I mean, no one's really been doing so hot.
Exactly. I don't know who we have to really point fingers at. I just want to see Flame. Bring back his game plan. He's good at that.
I can agree with that. Sure, Fion will as well.
Sure. Thorin as well.
Yep.
Noted Flame enthusiasts.
Pyromaniacs, we could call them.
No, I don't think anyone's ever actually called that the Flame fan group. That's interesting.
I think that would be a good fan group.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, we're the Pyromaniacs.
Well, they came from Blaze, so it's a bit on the nose. But I don't mind it.
It's got a nice ring to it.
So does Afrika making the playoffs, Achilleos.
Ah, yes it does.
With matching the Rocks Tigers in terms of match score in the second round robin. Such has been their impressive run.
Yeah. You know, it's just not something that you say when you go to if you go to a league tournament, Flame's there, and you're there to cheer for him. Oh, what are you here for? Like, oh, I'm a Pyromaniac. Oh, Lyra though, getting engaged on, getting locked up. Glacial Fisher comes through, and he does get stunned by those concussive blows, and that's going to be the first kill for CJ as Untara picks that up.
First time that Afrika have been punished for over-aggression. It's been CJ traditionally, they've been caught out in those places. But it's just a kill. That's the important factor, is it's only a kill. No way to get objectives. Okay, they might get some safer farm through the lower map pressure now that a teleport was drawn out as well. But no objective for CJ to really back up that first kill.
Yeah, can't take anything off of that. Just have to hope that Kramer can continue farming safely, not get punished any further. Did pick up the assist, so it helps him out a little bit. We can see a lot of pressure coming in. Yeah, mid already down to half HP. It's going to be Mad Life coming in, trying to stop them, bubbling through the sidelines, throwing out the end of the line. And this will dissuade Afrika from pushing any further. Tara playing with the team, not looking for a teleport flank. And Lyra in the bot side, all on his lonesome, going to be defending that turret and stop that one from going down.
It's great seeing Afrika so smart at these rotational plays. It's something that you have to look for. Other teams should really track because it is so good at choosing their moments. If you just show up as 4 and mid and the enemy team just stays in lane, gets all the CS, and you get no turret damage out of it, you look like fools. But when you're all on point with your rotation, zoning CC from Ixu with the way of the parallel convergence, you get half health for no punishment.
Yep, good stuff. They hold on to that bot tower as Lyra did roam down there after coming back alive. And we can see, why not? He's going for a much more aggressive build here so far with a needlessly large rod on the Nidalee.
Might be Rylai's.
Probably going to be the Rylai's versus Scepter. But still, more damage. We've seen Peanut do just about a full AP Nidalee before, and that was pretty crushing.
A lot of players would get Rod of Ages second, even though it would be...
I think he played that yesterday.
At a decent time. We saw Rylai's Rod of Ages in one of the earlier games, but Lyra just wants this game to end as fast as possible, needs some health again, melee range. Operation dive the Twitch, even if you're Nidalee, seems to be the goal from Afrika.
Oh, we'll have a little bit more HP when the Rylai's does come in. There it is. Has been completed. Oh yeah, TP in as they try to get onto Songyun. Should be able to jump over the wall. Can they get the wall set in time? No, nice flash. So flash for teleport. That's just going to give double TP pressure to Africa before the TP comes back from BDD.
Worth knowing that Ixu has about 20 seconds on the teleport, so wasn't able to match.
But still, like I said, they'll have that much more time to play around with the double TP pressure. And whereas CJ's just not going to have anything.
Of the top lane, the champions, probably the best with turret pressure. He builds Iceborne Gauntlet like a lot of them, but with all his mobility, he can go for riskier shots, and the cooldown is so low on his E gap closer now that he can just use that for Iceborne Gauntlet procs and have it up again if he needs to escape.
Yeah. You can see he's already clearing out the back waves as well with Time Winder. So wave clear coming in quite strong for him. Looks like the Bomby Cinder in the inventory. Chain Vest on the horizon. Should be having that Sunfire Cape pretty soon. Meanwhile, Africa fishing for a fight. Down on this bottom side as a wave is getting ready to crash in on this turret, which has taken such devastating damage already. This should be a very easy take, especially with these Rift Herald minions. Ixu goes in, gets a stun onto Bubbling. That could be punishing here. Headbutt him into the rest of the team. Front line of Africa just soaking up all of this damage. Bubbling gonna go down. Leroy finishes him up, but Songyun gets stunned into the wall, and he falls. It's Mad Life that finds the kill. Snowflower on the run out. The Wild Growth wears off. He gets locked up. He's gonna go down. 2 kills going over to CJ, and Ixu has to dash out away of that Q. Nice fire back from CJ. Lose the turret, lose their jungler, but pick up the bottom lane of Africa.
And Africa just tunneled too hard on going for a pick on Bubbling after he'd flashed back in, because remember, this comp is all about buying time and space for the Twitch, and Twitch is in the back line, free hitting with the ultimate. Really nice layering of CC as well. You cannot disrespect a Twitch comp. Once Twitch has an item, if he can free hit, he's doing damage to everyone, and Africa lose their front line. Nice punt away onto Ixu by the Poppy, and CJ win a fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Mickey getting a little aggressive here as Ixu TP'd into the backside, goes on to Kramer, already used the stealth, has nowhere to go. Parallel Convergence comes out. Kramer will be able to get out of that one, but can he get out of this alive? No, he can't. Nice Javelin coming in from Lyra, and just like that, they fire back and take out the bottom lane of CJ.
Well, the cause for optimism was short in the end. It was a really nice play. One of the things Echo can do, whenever lane swaps go down, there's so many lanes which are lacking outer turrets, maybe even lacking inner turrets, and you cannot outrun Iceborne Gauntlet Echo.
Yeah, and look at this. It's going to be the Baron started up here at 21 minutes by Africa. Of course, have the Kalista available. Scrying comes down. They do see vision of this, but Twitch and Braum not there. It's all up to Bubbling for a massive steal. Pulverize doesn't land from Snowflower. Looks like Africa gonna be able to confirm it, and they do with the smite. Bubbling gonna have to go on the run. Utara just trapped in the back of the pit, nowhere to go. He falls. Mickey picking up the kill. Now the phase dive onto BDD's face as he takes that javelin. That's gonna be the ultimate coming out from Ixu. Gets himself to safety, headbutt in on the Mad Life, kicking him into the team. He's gonna go down like a lamb to the slaughter, and Africa is just running away with this game. Fate's call, they throw Snowflower over the wall, find BDD, and Mickey takes him down with the Glitter Lance. 3 members down, just Graves and Kramer. I think the inhibitor line is gonna be broken.
Probably Achilles. There's no way for Kramer to open up. Unfortunately for him, he got there late. His only person next to him was Mad Life, who got picked as well. There's going to be the inhibitor turret falling down. 25-second death timers on BDD, the main wave clear, so they can't finish the game. But honestly, it does feel like it's almost already over.
Yeah, this is looking like an impossibility. Oh my god.
Well, that's a max range spear.
That is a max range spear with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Lyra doing some damage, and he doesn't have to build anything other than damage because he already has such a damn tanky front
Well, he bought
line.
a third item, Rod of Ages, because why not?
Okay, you won't stack that to full. It will never reach it, but go ahead.
It might. It's probably not if Africa are keeping the pedal on the accelerator like they have been.
Now they have Baron buff to help them push. I don't think it's going to happen. Dragon Spawn, though, would be the third here for Africa. Definitely not going to be a 5-dragon game for them unless CJ makes a deal with the devil.
If you're a team with a strong early game against a team with a weak early game, I don't mind to protect the Twitch comp, but the roles were reversed in this game. Africa is strongest in the early game.
Everything got botched from the start.
CJ are weakest in the early game. The botch, of course, just added the accent onto what was already a risky plan for them.
Oh, Mickey, though, in a bad spot, already halfway dead. BDD showing up. He's going to go down, so just a really poor roam there by the Lulu. Gets picked off now. Ixu on the run. CJ trying to pinch in. Utara coming up from the top side. will be able to dash into him, but cannot get the stun. Pops up with the Keeper's Verdict. Do they have the damage to take down this Echo? He's so damn tanky. Get the stun, and Ixu is low on mana, uses the phase dive to roll away.
Meanwhile,
we'll be able to get the safety, and meanwhile on the bot side of the map, push coming in onto that inhibitor tower. And Ixu is just going to go right back to farming.
CJ don't have the space to go for picks. They already have an inhibitor down in mid, and the bot one was being aggressed onto by Afrika, so Ixu is back. No real way to kill, as you mentioned, a full tank Echo.
You're still applying some pressure here. This is just such a great performance from Afrika. I mean, CJ, the botcha side, have just been getting outclassed by this team that has been on such a rise. It's made so many improvements to get to this point. And now looking like they're going to find themselves a spot at the playoffs.
I mean, it's worth knowing that was a Titanic level 1 botch. We've seen mistakes, you know, waves not bouncing, and then we see a situation like that where they don't get the turret and then bait themselves into being double killed by not getting the turret. Like, that was literally, if it was a scrim, that would be, all right, remake, guys. Like,
yeah.
This is over.
FF. But yeah, rough stuff. You can see the turrets just getting melted underneath of this pressure. The Baron buff no longer there, so a slight little reprieve here from CJ, but it's looking like Afrika are going to be able to just force their way in. Songyu does take that Q, but there's no follow-up to really lock him down and find any type of kill. And the waves are just going to continue crashing into the bot side, and the super creeps into the mid side as Ixu starts pinching down from above. There's up the parallel convergence, but it's not going to find anybody. Might just try to go on to Ixu, but he's already proved that he's quite the elusive Echo.
Full tank Echo is both apparent and elusive, even though it's so hard to lock him down.
And he hurts like a truck.
Definitely
hits like a truck, rather. I was going to say hurts like something else, but we won't go there. Inhibitor, though.
Did it rhyme with truck? Was it duck?
It didn't. Rhymed with hitch.
Oh.
Like hitch a ride with my truck.
Okay.
We've come full circle now.
Oh, Afrika. 2 inhibitors down. Just gonna keep the tutorial victory alive by taking the top lane inhibitor as well.
Yep. It's just gonna be tier 2 in the top side. CJ are just getting smothered across the map. No moves that they can really make to get themselves back into this. We can see the TP coming in from Ixu just to rejoin his team now with full mana. Goes straight in onto Kramer, gets a lot of damage, and Snowflower goes in deep, taking a lot, but the turret falls down. The face call comes out to keep himself alive. Public on the run, getting locked up, tries to dash away. The Hex Trigger not going to be enough. And Songyun claims the kill. Mad Life on the run with the Unbreakable up, not able to block enough things as Kramer gets engaged on by Ixu and Snowflower. He goes down. Untara falls as well. BDD, the last member alive, but to no avail. Can't do anything. And just like that, with a 2-0 over CJ Entis, Afrika Freaks taking out Samsung out of the playoffs and finding themselves a spot.
To call it a dream run would be to undersell. This team was 1-6 and go through to playoffs. Not massive celebrations because they've earned this. They've calculated this. They dismantled CJ Entis, and this is a team. If Samsung had made it to playoffs, I think they would have lost at the first hurdle. This is a team that could beat Jin-Air. Jin-Air's woefully out of form, and then set up what could be the tastiest of next playoff matches. As we see the train, it's arrived.
All aboard the hype train. Afrika.
Where's Monte Cristo when you need him?
Yeah.
Did you bring your train whistle?
I don't have my train whistle, unfortunately.
Achilles, you had one job.
I know. I forgot my pen. I forgot my train whistle. These are all essential things that I usually have on my person at all times.
CJ forgot to show up as well.
Yeah, they just didn't even arrive to the arena. Now, these guys, you can see they knew they weren't really playing for much. It was playing for a final spot. They could very well fall behind Longzhu.
No team wants to go into the long break, the longest of breaks, with a 10-0 losing streak.
Yeah, this win would have just been a bolster to their confidence and help them as they come back from this break into the summer split, but unfortunately, unable to find a single game win in that match.
Optimistically, though, Afrika versus Jin-Air, winnable for Afrika. Afrika versus SKT, another meeting of Mickey and Faker in a best-of-5.
Yeah.
That's an exciting proposition.
That is a very exciting proposition. We can see the damage figures here. Ixu did more damage than anybody else on his team.
So much credit to Afrika. This team, you know, new team to champions, finding the confidence, not tilting after a horrible start to the season. and getting back into playoffs in the most unlikely of runs.
Yep.
It's one of the best stories in sport to see the underdog story, and the ultimate underdogs in champions are a freak of freaks.
Yep. When we come back, we'll have your MVPs in our second set of matches with SK Telecom and Spenu.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, Spenu Sonic Boom, Otte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016, Round 2.
챔스 한 번도 안 보셨어요? 그러면 지금까지?
제대로 잠깐 한두 경기 본 적은 있지. 못 보겠어?
뭐예요?
왜요?
재미가 없어. 해설이 재미가 없어. 그 3명 얘기하는 거 목소리도 듣기 싫어. 너무 물려. 물려. 좀 지긋지긋하지 않아? 일주일에 4일씩 듣는 거? 현우 목소리도 듣기도 싫어 이제. 그래서 그냥 현우랑 얘기했을 때 채팅으로 얘기하는 게 편해. 목소리 들으면서 얘기하면 지긋지긋해. 나니까 이런 얘기하지 누가 이런 얘기하겠어. 안 하잖아. 괜히 잘못 얘기하면 큰 코 다칠까 봐 안 하잖아. 난 다칠 코가 없거든. 난 다칠 코가 없거든. 자, 이 순간만을 기다렸습니다. 롤챔스 본격 비판 방송 위클리 LCK 안녕하세요. 롤챔스의 원한 매친 거 많은 강민입니다. 위클리 LCK 저는 이 방송 자체부터 비판할 거 많다고 봅니다. 대체 롤챔스에 언제부터 단군이 비판을 하기 시작을 했죠? 단군이 롤챔스 하다가 뭐 욕먹어보기로 했어? 아니면 롤챔스 하다가 밑으로 내려오기로 했어? 그냥 아무것도 안 했잖아요. 자, 의중아 너 진짜 잘해야 돼. 네가 뭐 잘 나갈 때 잘해야지. 한순간에 훅 간다. 그나저나 롤챔스 손 놓은 지 1년도 넘은 저에게 지난주 경기 뉴스 말해달라고 하는데 나 너무 안 봤잖아. 나는 잘 몰라요. 저의 롤챔스에 대한 마지막 기억은 삼성 왕조가 진짜 판치던 그 시절 뿐이에요. 그게 언제 쪽이야 도대체. 그러니까 여러분 큰 기대는 하지 마시고요. 모르는 내용 나오면 제가 정말 성의껏 조냐를 키도록 하겠습니다. 아무래도 롤챔스 팬들은 강소리보다는 차라리 조냐 키는 걸 더 좋아하셨잖아요. 그렇죠? 자, 그럼 지금부터 진정 롤챔스를 비판할 수 있는 자격이 있는 전직 롤챔스 어그로 담당 정말 피곤한데 보이다. 강민과 함께 위클리 LCK 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
나도 그냥은 안 수배! 잠깐만요! 이거! 불을! 저거 3차 터지면! 이거 생각해!
나 이 장면 보고 진짜 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 와, 스맵 선수 진짜 사람이? 아니, 근데 스맵이 원래 이렇지가 않았는데 옛날에는 솔직히 얘기해서 내가 요즘 그 스맵한테 이런 얘기하면은 스맵 그 팬분들한테 많이 욕먹을 것 같은데 옛날에 그렇게 상태가 좀 썩 좋지는 않았었어요. 조금 형편없었어. 상태 많이 안 좋았었거든. 야, 이거 스맵 이거 왜 이러나 이럴 정도로 상태가 안 좋았는데 그 한 1년, 2년 사이에 정말 컸네. 많이 성장했네. 이 선수가 옛날에 아이메 했던 진짜 어떻게 근데 이렇게 많이 성장을 하지? 보통 이제 시작부터 뭔가 좀 다른 모습 보여주면서 크게 성장하는데 이 친구는 약간 좀 약했었거든? 처음부터 등장이 괜찮았던 애가 제가 있었지, 이제 플레인. 걔는 원래 등장부터 좀 약간 화려하긴 했었는데 그 이상을 못 찍고 있었죠? 계속 그냥 쟤는 너무 얼굴로 먹고 살아. 내려올 때가 된 것 같아. 미안하다, 호종아. 오래간만에 네 생각나서 얘기했다. 자, 현재 CJ의 탑솔러 운타라 선수가 지난주 CJ 탑솔러의 전통을 계승했습니다. 때는 지난 CJ와 KT 간의 대결. CJ 운타라 선수 아이템창에 주문 포식자가 갑자기 2개가 올라오죠. 어쨌든 CJ의 탑솔이라면 이 솔직히 좀 흔해 빠진 일이라고 볼 수 있어요. 플레임이 여기서 나오네. 오늘 내용에 있었네. 플레임 선수의 탐식의 망치를 시작으로 저때 탄식의 망치라고 많은 분들이 얘기를 했었습니다. 2013년 스프링 앤 프로스 탑솔러 샤이가 신발 2개를 사기도 했었는데 그 전통을 운타라가 계승을 했어요. 역시 운타라 선수 CJ 탑솔러로 인정하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 그리고 플레임 그리고 샤이 너네 좀 정신 차릴 때 됐다. 진짜 이제 나이만 먹을 게 아니라 정신도 같이 차려야지. 네, 크캠이랑 얘기해보니까 샤이 좀 상태 좀 많이 안 좋아졌다고. 그리고 호종아 큰 돈 받고 저기 롱주가 좀 보여줘 임마! 보여주란 말이야! 성적이 그게 뭐야? 니네 좀 올라와야지! 받은 만큼 좀 하란 말이야. 부탁한다. 형이랑 좀 오래됐잖아 관계. 좋은 소식 들려와야지. 상태 안 좋다는 얘기만 들으면 되겠냐? 형 응원할 테니까 화이팅해! 화이팅! 운타라 너도 화이팅해라. 잘은 모르겠는데 너도 힘내라. CJ 힘내야지. 정석이 들어가는데 정석이는 응원한다. 잘해야 된다.
Welcome to your life. Help me the world.
Welcome back. Your MVP from that second game is Ixu, who had a crushing performance on Echo. 3-0-10, 100% kill contribution, and the most damage on his team as well. Moves up, joins the ranks of the number 2s underneath of Smeb with Someday and Ambition.
But what a story for this guy to potentially finish the season joint second in MVP.
Yeah.
A guy who was definitely one of the all-star rounds next to Mickey trying to carry his team in the summer split, has stepped up massively, shown that he can play the Echo. One of the reasons I said Gragas was that he's innovated top lane Gragas. I didn't know if Ixu was natively going to be an Echo player. This answered all those questions.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal performance and ends up tying against somebody that he just knocked out of playoff contention, being Ambition on the side of Samsung. And it's just been one hell of a run here for Afrika Freaks.
It's heartwarming, Achilles.
It really is.
And it sounds like us to bias when you say that, but if Afrika had not made playoffs, it would have been one of those what-ifs. It would have lingered over, just like when we were sad that Eva, after winning IEM Cologne, wouldn't be in Champions. We would have been so sad if a team as rampaging as Afrika wouldn't have made it to playoffs. But sometimes you get what you want, and it'll be great to see them try and make it up the standings.
Yeah, we said yesterday, with that performance against Kongdu Monster, if Samsung did end up in playoffs, they likely didn't deserve it. But Africa's certainly a team that does deserve it. We have all 5 members here for an interview with Jung. We're going to throw over to Robin for the translation. So Robin, go ahead and take us away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we will be welcoming Afrika both into the playoffs and into the MVP interview booth, as all 5 members of Afrika are joined with us here with announcer Joe, aka KR Sharks. A round of applause for Afrika for making playoffs.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations,
자, 먼저
guys.
리라 선수
Now, first of all, Lira,
처음으로 플레이오프전 진출
this is your first
성공했습니다.
playoff run.
기분이 어떠신가요?
How does it feel to be in the playoffs?
소감을 말하기 전에
Well, before I say
항상
anything,
인터뷰를 하면
whenever I
쟤는 왜
do
눈을 감고
interviews,
인터뷰를 하냐
people ask me
물어보시는
why
분들이
do I do
많아요.
interviews with my eyes
오늘은
closed?
인터뷰도 눈을 뜨고 하겠습니다.
And I will be doing the interview while opening my eyes today.
네, 역시 오늘 또 눈뜬 리라
Of course,
선수가
your fans say that whenever Lira plays with his eyes open, they win the game. You received the MVP in the first game. How
네,
does it
오늘
feel?
플레이오프를 확정지었는데
Well, we secured our
저는
playoff seed.
프로게이머를 3년을 했는데
And I've been
2년 동안
a pro
롤챔스
gamer for
본선조차
3
오지
years.
못한
And for the past 2
제
years, I've not been
개인적으로는
able to
실패한
get into
인생을 살았다고
playoffs.
생각하는데
And honestly,
네, 너무 기분이
it feels
좋습니다.
quite amazing to be at playoffs.
마음이 정말 찡해졌습니다.
That was a very touching, emotional thing you said.
세레머니는 누구 생각이었나요?
Who are you thinking
저희
about when
팀
you
서포터가
got the MVP?
관심을 많이 받고 싶어해요.
Our MVP, our
그래서
support really wants
세레모니라도 하자.
to get some attention from the
서포터가
people.
의견을 내줬고요.
네,
되게
So,
재밌는 세레모니가 되지 않았습니까?
네 맞습니다.
And we had a
근데
really good ceremony for him
기차로한 의미가
after the win.
있었나요?
1라운드는 천천히 시작했지만
Well, in
2라운드는
round one, we
빠르게
started very
진행했다는 의미도 있는 것 같고
But
차가
the
깔끔한 것
hardship
같았어요.
really gave us some time to grow, I think.
역시
And yeah, that's why we were
아프리카입니다.
able to succeed in the
특히
second round.
1세트 때 그 어마어마한 정글 차이가 돋보였는데
Now, in the first game, the
전
difference
아나키
between
출신
junglers was
버블링
quite
선수와의
huge.
대결에서
Was this maybe because
좀더 감회가
Bubbling
남달랐을
was
것
a
같아요.
former Anarchy jungler that you took this grudge match very seriously?
악감정은 없고요.
네.
버블링 선수가 자리를 비켜줘서 제가 이 자리를 온 거고 버블링 선수가 이 자리를
Well, I think I'm in this spot because Bubbling was removed from Anarchy, and I'm actually quite thankful for him.
이번 시즌 아프리카는 정말
Now,
의미 깊은
this season,
것 같은데 또 아마추어 팀에서 프로 팀으로 보낸 이번 시즌이잖아요.
this season was the first season that Afrika spent as a pro team as opposed to an amateur team. What was the big difference? Well, when we were an amateur team, it was really difficult for us, especially like the situation and stuff, because we could never really do what we wanted.
그 연습 방향이 맞다고
And now that we actually are a pro team, we could change our direction to
또 이렇게 팀을 후원해
the way that of training that would actually help us improve.
저희가 되게 즐겜 유저였는데
Well, we used to play the games for fun, I guess. But now we can actually look towards playoffs and finals and stuff, so it's pretty great.
큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Round of applause for Lyra, please.
네, 자 이제 미키
The
선수.
Africa
Now moving
coach.
on to Mickey.
미키 선수 첫 시즌은 8위였는데
In the first season, since your debut, you were 8th place, but now you are 5th place making
다
playoffs.
이뤘나요?
Did you maybe achieve your goals, you would say?
저 이번 시즌 목표는 플레이오프.
Well, our goal this season was playoffs, and it feels amazing to have secured the spot. Now, however, since you are 5th place, there are a lot of tough matches ahead of you. Do you worry about this at all?
유지하면은 저는 전혀 걱정 없이 할수
Well,
있을 거라고.
now that we got into playoffs, I think we shouldn't be worried about anything and just play with our
많은 성장을 한 선수가 미키
with our
선수가
shoulders
있다
just
싶은데
unshrugged.
이제는 모든 챔피언을 본인 스타일로 소화해내는
Now, it seems that you used to only play assassins, but now you can play a variety of different champions. What do you think has been the catalyst since to change your champion pool?
보였어요. 그래서
Well, I have showed pretty poor performances on non-assassin champions, and I've tried very, very hard to increase my champion pool so that I could play properly for my team instead of for myself.
있을 것 같은데 이렇게 마지막 결과가 좋아서 더 기쁠 것 같습니다.
Perhaps you're even more happy that your final results were even better.
팬들에게 한마디 해주시죠.
Now, your fan base probably has increased quite a bit. Do you have anything to say to them?
팬들 감사하고요.
Thank you so much to all our fans that have been supporting us through the rough times, the dark times, the dark ages, and
그런 분들도 감사합니다.
thanks even to the people that have been writing somewhat heartful comments to instigate my improvement.
이제 익수 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Now let's meet Iksu, MVP of Game 2.
네, 익수 선수 또 2세트 MVP를 받기도 했고
You received MVP in the second game, and people say that the center of the growth of Africa was you and your super highlight plays. But when we were still Anarchy, people said that I was the reason that we lost and things like that. But this season, I wanted to get the MVP, first place MVP.
네.
I played really, really hard, and just the fact that I got some MVPs, I feel really great.
7승 2패입니다.
Now, Africa's round 2 has gone really great. 7 wins and 2 losses, which is actually the same as the Rocks Tigers. What exactly was the change between round 1 and round 2? Well, round 1, yeah. In round 1, we tried to fit each other's playstyle, and there were a lot of parts of the game that we couldn't really work through. But as it became the second round, we started to mesh together really well as a team, and as a result, we've improved quite a bit.
요즘에는 운영까지 더해서 아프리카가 엄청난 성장을 하고
Now, your team fighting has always been great, but this round, your rotations and macro play have been great as well. Who is trying really hard to improve this? I really want to thank our coaches, both our coaches. There they are, Coach Kong and Coach Jung, for the massive improvements we've had so far.
익수 선수, 미키 선수
Now, Iksu, have you made up with Mickey?
저번에 또
Yes, I have, I guess.
공식적으로 사과의 말을 전하기도 했는데
And Mickey did post a formal apology towards you after your little banter. Yeah, we did have a little trouble, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scene. But after we've won, then all the trouble is over, and we've made amends. So I want to say, let's continue to try hard.
여러분 익수 선수에게도 큰 축하의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Another round of applause for Iksu, please, MVP of the second game.
눈꽃 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next is Snowflower.
안녕하세요.
네, 눈꽃 선수 어제
Yesterday, Samsung won 2-1 instead of 2-0. And had you guys lost today, you would have been out. And when you won, you would have secured the playoff seat. Were you nervous about this match? Well, I was a little nervous, but I was absolutely sure that we would win if we played to our strategy and our standards.
또 CJ의 또 바텀 듀오를 삼성 선수
Now, yesterday, Samsung players have been really, really cheering on for CJ's bottom duo. What were your thought processes coming into this match?
정말 잘한다고 생각하는데
Well, I think I am a really, really good player,
분들이 보기엔 그게 아닌 것 같아요.
but maybe some other players don't think so. And to me and Song-yoon,
이기자라는 말
we just wanted to win
다른
the duo lane. And you wouldn't really say anything else other than let's win.
함께 같이 온 거죠. 그렇다면 오늘 상윤 선수의 플레이
Today, was Sangyun's play up to your standards, Snowflower? Well, it was out of 100, I would give about 50 points, you know.
왜 50점밖에 주지 않아요?
Why is it only 50
그
points?
이유는
It's because
저는 서포팅을 할 때
when I support,
저는 맞는데 적 팀은 안 맞더라고요. 저는
well, I play well, but the enemy doesn't.
저희 팀 익수에게 주고 싶어요.
And I want to give 100 points to Iksu.
네, 이따 상윤 선수 또 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 이번 시즌 결국 혼자만 MVP를 받지 못했습니다.
So you were the only player that haven't received MVP this season. And supporters are hard to get MVPs this season overall, but how do you, or you may be disappointed?
시즌은 욕심이 많았는데
Last season I was actually pretty greedy for MVP points.
한 번도 못 해봤어요. 제가
And I've not done an interview yet.
이제 마음에
Well, apart from the last 5-minute interview.
이제 단체 세레모니, 기차놀이 같은 걸 제가 연구하면서
And I have been studying different champions and champion pools, and hopefully that'll get me some MVP points one day.
기대하실 것 같습니다. 저도 기대가 되네요. 다음 주부터는 본격
Starting next week, playoff begins. Do you have anything to say to the fans or anyone else? Well, personally,
저희 배신자 하찬이 선수를
Hachani is like an idol that I look up to in the support position. I think he's a really good supporter. But I will step on his head and climb the ladder.
Good lord.
Finally, let's meet Sangyun.
네, 상윤 선수
Sangyun, last time you were here, you said death to the traitors. 2 traitors today have been punished.
모든 배신자를 처단한 것 같아요.
I think you may have punished all the traitors. Are you happy? I feel really great that death has been delivered to the traitors. And one of them actually has been reborn, and we need to crush him again. So looking forward to that.
오늘 첫 배신자 하찬이 선수
So the first traitor, Hachani, he actually said that he didn't betray you, but Afrika betrayed him. What do you have to say about this? Well, that's just the public stunt that he's pulling. And we just made like a funny little traitor concept just to have a little fun with him, but he's not really like that much of a traitor, I guess.
비즈니스 관계
We're just having fun. It's a business like relationship we have.
CJ전 앞두고 또 강현종 감독
Now with the CJ match today, what did the former CJ coaches, your current coaches, tell you about this matchup? They didn't say anything too special, but they really, really wanted us to beat CJ. And Coach Jung, he said that he raised us and we are better than them and that we will be able to defeat them.
노력했다는 또 엄청난 자신감이 있으셨군요.
Your coach is probably very, very confident in his team. Do you have anything to say to them?
앞에도 많이 해서 좀 제가 좀
Well, all the other players have been talking to the coaches,
고생하시고 감사합니다.
and they're trying really hard all the time, so thank you so much.
네, 그럼 마지막으로
Now, finally,
아프리카 늘 응원해주시는
all the fans that are always really, really cheering for you guys. Your Sangyun, your parents are over here in Jeonju to see you play.
부모님께 사랑한다고 한 말씀
You want to say I love you to your parents?
부모님 항상 찾아와 주셔서 사랑합니다.
Mom and Dad, I love you. Thank you for coming to see me.
네,
Aw.
어떠실까요? 다시 한번 진심으로 축하드립니다.
Imagine if he just said no.
자,
Now that
플레이오프 진출 성공한
appears to be it for the interviews. Back to you guys to introduce to another set of games today.
잠시 후에 뵐게요.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Robin, for the translation, as always. Nice little interview from those guys. First time that we did get to hear from Snowflower, as stated. So it was nice to hear from everybody, some banter about the trader talk and whatnot. One more to stomp out, but Africa, these guys are such a promising team right now, have so much potential, and I really look forward to see what these guys are going to bring us as they go into playoffs. Because Jin Air looking like they could go down.
And they're not playoff pretenders, that's the thing. I think they're real contenders. Will they win the whole thing? No, but consider that the only teams they lost to in the second round robin, Rocks Tigers, they're already in the grand final. SKT, odds on to only be in the qualifying final or in the semi-final effectively. They've beaten the other teams in playoffs, so they have a realistic shot at really pushing forward and making a dent.
Yeah. Jin Air, as we were talking about before, has not been looking very good. Africa could make very quick work of them, and that could push them straight into another matchup against SK Telecom, another Mickey and Faker face-off in that mid lane. That would be a pretty juicy matchup to see.
And while that's the hype matchup,
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for
the
it.
other players have looked good too, Achilles. So that's the thing about Rebels Anarchy. They were a Mickey-only team, a Freak of Freaks, with their new sponsor, you know, famously Mickey renaming himself to please sponsor Anarchy during the preseason. Got his wish. They started slow, but playoffs is definitely a pass mark for the Freak of Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing really well, but you have to wonder, what is the pressure and the increased competition going to do to them mentally as they enter playoffs? Because it's certainly a bigger undertaking than the regular season. They got off with a pretty easy set here for their last match. Samsung wasn't looking very good, so they did inch into playoffs quite handily, but it's going to be an uphill battle from here for these guys. But with Jin Air, the first team looming on the horizon for them, I think they could do it. The question is, can they get through SK Telecom? Can they get through KT? Can they get through the Rocks Tigers?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Let's be real. They're probably not going to win the whole thing.
Yeah,
but
no.
again,
that would be one hell of a
they went from a
Cinderella story,
one-note team, you know, protect the Mickey, peel for Mickey, Mickey carries with a split push Z, to having great macro strategy, having good late game team fighting. They were always strong in the early game and always one of the better warding teams. They're putting all these four things together. They're finally a team that realistically should make playoffs and could make a dent in playoffs. And, you know, with enough practice in a future season, who knows what the ceiling is for this team.
I think they could make it probably easily into the top 5 again next split. The rest of the teams, especially these ones that were starting off around the top, have been waning heavily. Samsung, the obvious one, but Jin Air again, not looking so good. And even SKT dropping a couple games here and there. So I really think that things are going to get shaken up after this playoff as we move into the summer split. And Africa could go as high as the top 4, if not 3. But I feel like something a little bit more drastic has to happen, or they have to really improve their macro play for that to occur. But either way, this team is looking really strong. I'm happy for all of the success that they have found, and glad that they were able to pick up that sponsor in Africa. So really big props to those guys. And I know that sometimes even just the owner and the head of sponsor from Africa comes to their games and watches them, so he really does genuinely care about this team and these players.
And, you know, just talking about the future, like you said, Rocks Tigers, SKT, KT, they're probably going to make it to playoffs again next season. You have to feel like every spot below 4 is completely up in the air, because how strong will MVP be? Jin Air and Samsung on the way down, Afrika on the way up. What will CJ Entus look like with a full split with this roster and potentially a new jungler looming on the horizon? There's so many what-ifs, but they're all exciting what-ifs. It's not the rebuilding phase after all the players famously left for China a year ago. There's a lot of talent. We've got Longzhu, who have a crazy amount of talent and have never put it together.
Yeah.
The what-ifs are real, and that's exciting.
Yeah, and it's also, we have to think about what is going to change in the game itself by the time that the next split roams around. Because right now we're pretty much locked into 6.6. I don't think we're going to see 6.7 by the time that the finals come around. Pretty sure we're locked into 6.6, no Aurelion Sol. With 6.7 on the horizon and these additional patches that will continue coming out, what's going to happen to the meta as we get back into the summer split? Because maybe Africa right now looking so strong, maybe something does happen in the meta that makes it so they won't be able to perform as strongly as they have been.
The jungle pool changing, I guess, is the big one. We're not sure. Lyra's looks so good on the Graves, so good in the range junglers. The return of a Cinderhulk-esque meta, that's the big what if.
Yeah, well, you never know. Could be coming right back out. But, of course, second match getting ready to come up now. SK Telecom versus Speno. Excuse him. He's been sick. But you've been trucking through,
I'm doing
man.
my best.
I
was like, how can I get away with not coughing? I was like, okay, tears are starting to come out. Maybe I need to cough.
This guy's a trooper for sticking out with me. I thought I was going to have to do the solo cast today, but
I'm doing my best. So we get a break after this one, Achilles. That's what I need.
Yeah.
A few days off. Please, OGN. Please, one time.
I think that they will allow it, because they do need you to be there for the playoffs.
They're coming.
To make it through. Maybe a TriCast in the future. Who knows? But make sure you're in top shape for that. But moving up here into this next set, of course, SK Telecom versus Spenu. It's a far cry win for Spenu. Spenu would have to 2-0 SK Telecom for SKT to be able to slide around Jin Air here, or for Jin Air to slide up over top of SKT, and they would need to 2-0 tomorrow. Not looking very likely, despite the improvements that Spenu have found for themselves. But we might actually get some kind of a competitive game here, competitive matchup with Spenu that has been on a rise. Not quite as much of a rise as we've seen from Africa, but a rise that we've seen from Sassen.
That was a pretty good transition. I'm going to give it to you. Rise might be the big story, or one of the big stories, but
you know that's going to be
Spinner on the up, so at least it's an interesting series to watch.
Yeah. You can see, though, getting ready to go into the booths to check out these teams. Over on the blue side, it is the clear fan favorites as these guys are just holding their signs above their heads. One guy's holding it upside down. I don't know if he realizes that, but it's SK Telecom T1. The lineup that has been locked in here. Don't think we're going to be seeing Bengi anytime soon. Maybe if we get a Cinder Hulk meta coming back out, we can see Bengi. But for now, it's going to be Duke in the top lane, Blank in the jungle, Faker at mid, and then Bang & Wolf rounding things out as AD in support.
And this lineup is finally warmed up, Achilles. It's finally looking like this team fits as a 5-man unit. Faker in the middle of your screen needs no introduction, but Duke slow to settle in. Then about week 3 or 4, you're like, okay, Duke's looking like an SKT top laner.
Yeah.
Blank only came into the lineup towards the middle of the season, looked shaky coming back to Champions, finally has settled in, and a settled SK Telecom is a recipe for one thing and one thing only in history, and that's success.
That is quite correct. And Blank, it took something as big as IEM to really make him warm up and start coming out of his shell and being able to perform. On the other side, though, a team that's very much been coming into their own form and has been picking up wins, netting themselves 9th place spot over top of Kongdu Monster, where before we thought they were the worst team here in Champions. It's, of course, Spenu Sonic Boom, Soul in the top lane, Flawless in the jungle, Sassen at mid, Nuclear and Secret rounding out the bot as AD support. And there's the man himself, Sassen. I don't know if we're going to be able to, even with a loss, I don't even know if we'll get Sad Sassen. They've hit this point where they're like, you know what, we're not the worst. We'll probably get back into Champions. And hey, I've played 21 different Champions here.
Blackjack Sassen, as I named him last time, 21 champions, might even push it past the 21 barrier. At this point, I'm not sure how many more champions would actually fit into the middle lane, but things change patch on patch, and who knows? There's optimism that he might add in some more.
I mean, we asked that question last season, and Faker had some answers for us in the result of Aurelia, Olaf, Master Yi, and a couple others to be named. So Sassen, he might have a few more tricks up his sleeve, but of course the one that we might see today, since that Azir is going to be so contested for Faker in the mid lane, is the Jarvan in the mid lane.
And Jarvan was the Blackjack champ. He was the 21st. Sassen was the first person to break him out. He hovered him for so long.
And we saw it yesterday.
And it was very, very effective. The fact that you have that mechanic, the fact that Cataclysm isn't overridden by the Emperor's Divide and you still gap close, as this is what happens when a top team plays against the 9th place team, is that turns out the KDA is pretty lopsided to SKT.
Yeah, but I think if you took the KDAs from Spenu's maybe just round 2 or like the last few games, it wouldn't be nearly as drastic because they have been playing quite well even through the losses that they have suffered. So it could be a little bit different.
It's definitely a what-if season for Spender Sonic Boom. They had all their off-season troubles, famously, their owner on the run, all the other issues they've had. They've only got it together. They only seem settled very, very recently. It's a what-if season, but I'm confident this team can make it through relegations, come back next season, and if they can find themselves more stable in all the different ways, this is a team that, like Africa, could rise up the standings. Are they going to make playoffs? Hard to say, but they do have talent on the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sassen was looking like the most consistent player, and now the rest of the team kind of coming up to form to match his pace in the game and match his performances. Nuclear has been a very good AD carry as of late, and even Soul having a couple performances here and there. We do have to give credit over to Flawless for his Lee Sin when he's able to get that one. We'll see if SK Telecom respected enough to ban it out. My guess is that it's going to be yes, but we will find out momentarily as we do enter the pick and ban. And there it is, number 1 off the board. Koma says, get it out of here.
Sad, sad day. We will not see Flawless's Lee Sin, but he looked good on the Graves, and in general, Spenu obviously had a really big performance against Longzhu last week. SKT losing to KT in the Telecom Wars earlier this week. Want to bounce back. They want a quick 2-0. They want to show nothing, and they want to keep it all for playoffs, because this is a team that, you know, if you're betting against SKT making the finals, it's probably a bad bet. Will they win? That one's a little bit more contested, but will they make the finals? You just have to look at history and say, probably.
I think there's a strong chance. KT, of course, looking very strong as well, but it's SK Telecom in playoffs. Bans, though, coming out. Braum, the second ban to follow up from SK Telecom, maybe looking for something like a poke composition. Nidalee not been banned away. That could be the first step for SKT if they first pick it. Rise taken off the board, so respect shown over to Saucin as that one gets taken out. And the Azir banned away from Faker, as is the Kindred from Blank, so getting rid of his favorite champion in the jungle at the moment.
Will Duke have Echo left to pick? That's one of the champions that so far has gone through. Corki, also one of Faker's best champions this season, so a lot of power left in the draft. It's what happens when champions like Lee Sin and Braum, who of course weren't contested at all, were banned in the first series.
Well, it's the Nidalee that gets taken off the board, so do you go for the Corki or do you go for the Echo here? And maybe even just the Poppy for Duke, which has been very consistent for him as well.
Echo vs Poppy is a really interesting matchup. Not really kill pressure from the Echo, but definitely the 1v1 matchup favoring Echo. Poppy having the better teleport plays. Flawless has looked great on Lee Sin. Questionable on everything else, but finally looked good on the Graves, so I don't mind Blank stealing away Graves.
Yeah, but strong pickups here on the side of Spenu as well.
A lot of power.
Really quick lock-ins with that Sivir and the Echo. A lot of chase potential with On the Hunt, with that move speed that you get from the Z drive on Echo's passive. But bot lane just comes through here from SK Telecom. It's going to be Lucian for Bang and that Alistar for Wolf as well. So consistent bot lane. We'll see what Spenu wants to pick up here for the Sivir. Trundle's available. Could just see that one locked in.
Crazy thing is, a lot of power available left for Spenu. That first round of the draft, Echo and Sivir in particular. Sivir being overlooked as a first pick is surprising enough. SKT, one of the first teams in Champions to recognize the power of the reworked Sivir. It's been first picked in many series. Drops to the second round.
Don't do that, please. That would be really questionable to lock in the victor here when you have a last pick. I think you just go for the jungle and the support and save that one to try to counter against Faker. But if you're going to pick something, Varus did make it through as well. That's one we didn't really think of. But if you're gonna pick up a mid laner, I'd say you go for the Corki. Take that one away from Faker at least.
Waiting to see the jungle pick.
Getting down to the last couple seconds, it's gonna be the Rek'Sai locked in here for Flawless. Not one that we see too much of as of late. And Trundle, of course, for Secret. Very consistent bot lane support going alongside Sivir. A lot of disruption with the pillar. He can catch up to them with that On the Hunt, so consistency.
And Rek'Sai's heavily fallen out of favor as a jungle pick. Corki's still available for Faker in the mid lane. One of the reasons we don't see much Rek'Sai, and indeed jungle Gragas, is that it's become clear that carries rule the jungle and tanks go top lane. Even Gragas seems better fit to the top lane to be that big frontliner for double, triple AD carry as the meta has allowed for. So last year, you remember, so much Rek'Sai because who was top? It was the big carries or juggernauts who are definitely more to the carry side. This season's all been about damage from the jungle as Saucin looking for number 22.
That would be a really interesting number 22 to come in as well. Not sure how I feel about either of these uppers. Corki's pretty elusive with the Valkyrie. Landing that root from Swain would be a bit of a difficult one, but Talon, I kind of like that one. I think you should lock that one in.
I would have to check to see if he's played a Talon game, but I assume not.
I mean, we've seen Talon thrown out a couple times as pocket picks in the history of League of Legends. Comes back to J4, but I feel like there's too much escape innately there on that Corki for you to lock in the Jarvan. You still get the damage from the Cataclysm, but he can immediately Valkyrie out. You see Saucin, the smile on his face. Whoa.
It's going to be number 22.
It's going to be the Echo mid.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
This is what we've been hoping for.
Yeah, we were talking about this. Monte Cristo probably just has the biggest grin on his face because he's been wanting to see this AP Echo mid coming back. And now we finally get to see it in the hands of Saucin. And the last two champions that he's pulled out for the first time have netted him wins. So if we're in keeping, third time the charm.
To be fair, a lot of those 21 champions haven't netted him wins.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Echo is a champion that I think Riot and everyone wishes was played in mid because assassinations with the ultimate, massive burst combinations with this champion seem to fit much more thematically than the sticky tank that he's evolved to in the top lane. So when we do see some changes coming to target tank Echo, I hope to see a cementation, that's not even a word, but cementing of Echo in the mid lane as an assassin, as a burst champion, rather than the weird sustain sticky tank that he's developed into.
If Saucin loses this game as Echo, this is going to be Riot's excuses. He's like, see, Echo's not broken. We don't need to nerf him.
Yes.
When really it's the items. You need to get rid of those items. His stuff is just pretty crazy. His kit is really strong. It's in a good spot, but it has to be well played.
Also, the
items
buffs made a lot more sense for tank Echo than mid lane Echo.
The items really enable him to be successful. So maybe get rid of some of his defensive stats and keep the rest the same. But I don't know. Interesting composition coming out here from Spenu. That's what we've come to expect from these guys. And we're going to get our first look now at mid lane mage Echo in the hands of Sasin, going up against Faker on his very
This should be a
fun
fun one, Achilles.
Oh, I think it's going to be a fun one indeed. Do I think Spenu is going to find a win? Probably not. Do I think it's going to be entertaining? Hell yeah, I do. So let's find out and get straight onto the Rift here for game one.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
Let's see the Rift in all its glory.
Yep. It's been the theme here, and Jeonju is just taking a look at the scenic views. All right, the cheers come out from the audience. It was actually a pretty decent one from Spenu, considering that Africa's was completely missing for a period of time.
If you missed the start of the broadcast, a reminder that we are in Jeonju, a different part of Korea, so about 194 kilometers away from Seoul, as part of the Jeonbuk Esports Festival.
In the southern half of the country.
We're back in Seoul for playoffs next week.
That we will be. Monte Cristo and Doha hot on their way down here on a bullet train.
On the bullet train. It goes really fast, let me tell you.
It does go really fast. I mean, it's about an hour trip.
I noticed because I'm ill, so my ears were popping, and I was like, this is great. This is exactly what I needed.
Well, Nuclear and Secret looking for a little bit of an invasion. Not going to find anybody, though. So SKT have already swapped up to the top side, are invading in against Flawless and Soul. Push him out of the jungle and out into the lane. Secret, though, getting some good damage down onto Duke.
You notice a difference, though, because we saw some very greedy starts on the bot side from teams in the previous game. There's some nice trading.
Double pulverized straight into the exhaust. Bang, trying to get that kill. A couple more auto attacks, but he just can't do it as Flawless makes it in underneath the tower. Good aggression coming out from both sides so far. That is, of course, going to be SK Telecom reaping the benefits of it more so.
I do like this evolution of the lane swap, though. We saw Jin Air do this yesterday where Winged entered lane with Trace to try and push it up before extending the lane swap. So one camp into entering lane, trying to push it up, then returning to the lane swap. But well punished here. No flash force for Flawless, though.
Yep. Sasin winning a trade here against Faker. See double corrupting potion in that mid lane. Could just see a Dark Seal come out here for Sasin. Keep it consistent with the Echo builds.
We could see a Dark Seal for Faker too.
And we very well could. That would be nice. If only it would turn into a Medjai's. I want it so badly.
Medjai's Corky.
Medjai's Echo. Can you imagine what would happen if he got rolling, got a couple stacks?
Hey, there's more than an outside chance.
Well,
the dream is alive.
I'm hoping that it becomes an inside chance.
I don't even know what that means.
Neither do I.
But this is definitely a melee versus ranged matchup, so although with the Q, there's decent wave clear for Echo, probably going to see a CS advantage develop for Faker, at least at some point.
Yeah. Just going to be evenly traded towers here. Bot one going to go down a little bit faster. You have that Trundle there as well as Sivir, so we'll be able to push that out. Blank going for some invasive play, taking away the red buff, but Flawless has the same exact idea, knowing that they're up on that top side of the map.
Worth noting that after entering lane and the delay that came through with the low health bar, that Blank is about 2 camps ahead of Flawless in terms of golden experience.
Oh, that's very true. Goes back, is going to pick up that refillable potion for himself. We'll see what kind of build he wants to go for. It's going to be the Tracker's Knife. Wasn't sure if we'd see the Skirmisher Saber coming out from Blank.
One thing about Graves is that he uses the Skirmisher Saber a little bit worse than other ranged junglers just because of the nature of his auto attack, the fact that his auto attack can be blocked by tanks and minions. Doesn't have the same sort of auto with his spread. So Tracker's Knife makes a little bit more sense on Graves in particular.
That's true. Flawless, though, getting found in that jungle. Does make it out alive. Flash still available for him, but does not able to take that mini Krug. The arrival of Bang and Wolf was just a little too ominous for him to try to stick around. We can see the swap comes through. SKT down to the bot side, Spenu up to the top, and we should just have another turret trade coming out. These guys Both teams playing methodically.
Now, worth noting that if we do see double turret trades, Spenu have double teleport, and that usually has the big advantage when it comes to 80 carries farming overextended against deep wards. So let's see if Spenu can look for some big teleport plays to take advantage of that fact.
Yeah, would be nice. Picker with the exhaust. Trying to keep himself alive in these big bursty exchanges that Sassen's trying to lay down. We can see so far he's gotten about a 5 CS lead for himself as the wave has crashed back in. So a little bit up and has been using that Time Wander very intelligently to make sure he's last hitting these waves in the back line and get all of them. You can see once again.
One of the fun mechanics that isn't really talked about with Tank Echo that's actually very important with Mage Echo is that when you walk out of vision, your shadow disappears. So the big thing you can do is just walk into a pink warded crush on either side of mid lane and then look for an all-in burst once you hit level 6. Because if you just lead with the ultimate, that's a massive burst of damage that can't be exhausted because there's no reaction time for Corki to get in there. So interesting to see if we do see some brush mechanics, because he did it on Jarvan, and Echo's another champion that can do that.
Yeah, very true. Could do that. In worst case scenario, you probably just trade your ultimate for an exhaust. And as you get that CDR, it's going to win out for you in the long run. You can see even just these trades now, Sassen is coming out very slightly on top. Picker trying to posture forward with that Gatling gun, laying down a little bit more damage. Both these guys, again, have that corrupting potion. They're going to be chugging up on the stacks. Sassen still has 2, however, and Piker's run out because he hasn't recalled quite just yet. We'll see when he wants to go back.
Oh, they both recalled because, of course, Faker went back and bought the Doran's Blade.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
But
never mind.
There is a health advantage to Faker, so all in all, pretty much a wash.
I just saw Potion, like my mind forgot Corrupting Potion is a starting item for a second there.
Don't get no other items with your Corrupting Potion.
That would be broken.
Well, we'll be back to the old days of Flask 3 potions for Ultra Sustain.
I miss the days when you could buy Red Elixir and just bait people under tower early on.
I miss the days of 11 pot start.
You could do that too.
Those were the days. How about
with Rengar in the top lane?
Rejuvenation bead and potions.
Yep.
Those were dark days.
There were some busted builds back in the day.
Well, you could just buy so many potions before you had a limit of 5. You could buy, well, they were 35 gold, so you could afford.
You could afford a lot.
I believe it's, let's do some maths here, like 13 maybe potion.
It was a good amount. It was a very high amount of potions.
And then you just, why would you ever trade with a 13 potion Nasus? You just get last hits, pop potions.
Yeah, he's already got an 8 lifesteal. All those potions, he's not going down. Nasus, that's a champion I'd like to see back in the meta.
Really, though?
No, not really. The games would just never end until he finally hits like 800 stacks, and he's like, okay, now we can win.
I don't mind Nasus jungle. I think Nasus jungle could be fun.
Just play the ultimate delay comp so Nasus can get all the stacks possible, like Nasus with Ziggs and Sivir in the bot lane. So you
see,
just
but
have
Baron buff stops
clear.
the stalls, you know?
That's true.
Ziggs certainly was never the same after Baron buff gave the creeps magic resistance. Banner of Command for magic immunity.
Well, you just have to get that nice Ziggs ultimate bomb into the Baron pit and steal the Baron and get a pentakill all in one.
I like being happy thinking about Easy Hoon. Don't remind me of the sadness Easy Hoon brought on me with the Stole Fests of 2014.
I mean, the big sadness about Easy Hoon is that he left.
I think it was good that he left. I wish it was to another team in Champions.
That's what I'm saying, is he left the region, not left SK Telecom. I totally understand leaving SK Telecom. Didn't see too much play. Here and there he did, but, you know, through his run in the Worlds, it's just wasn't to be.
Mid lane's one of the few positions in Korea that perhaps the talent is a little bit thin when it comes to the top end.
Yeah. Easy Hoon could have gone into a lineup like Longzhu, maybe helped turn their fortunes around.
I mean, if Coco's not going to work for Longzhu, then no one would. They had the second best mid laner and they couldn't make that work.
That is true. Poor Coco. Just give him, if he can get Jace, that's all he needs.
When he doesn't pick Jace, I get very depressed.
Yeah. Makes things a little bit rough. Blank, though, not going to lose out on that. Gromp is able to take it away. Secret, though, with some aggressive invasion. Flawless to match as they rotate up over towards this tier 2 tower. Waves there. And we can see Bang & Wolf not really able to try to match that pressure, but Spenu not really in any kind of position to go for a push onto that turret.
So while I really like what Spenu are doing, remember they have Rek'Sai with the Tremor Sense, so it's smart that they're making the proactive moves around inner turrets. The big issue for them is the lane assignment. You can see on the bot side, Bang is getting solo farm against Poppy. So while Spenu are making nice moves, if they don't get significant turret damage and they're trading for Bang getting solo experience against the Poppy, that's happy times for SKT.
Yeah. Maybe looking for some kind of play around this mid lane as Blank was hovering in just slightly behind the tower. Saucin is pretty low. Does not have that ultimate available either. So he would be quite susceptible to going down. Look at that damage from Faker. One more auto attack. Wow. Not enough to take him down, and Saucin barely makes it out. Calculated.
Oh boy.
A little bit of a support fight. Wolf is going to win as he takes down the pink ward and holds on to his own. And now SKT, with no worry of Saucin being nearby, going to go ahead and take the first dragon of the game here at 11 minutes.
Gonna teleport back to lane as well, so no double teleport hijinks for the
Oh, badly timed by Faker. Has to use the Valkyrie to get the safety. Nice headbutt pulverizing from Wolf, and Saucin back down to half HP immediately.
So what Spenu have done is spent a lot of time trying to get into this inner turret, but have to back away again. Let's see if they can rotate to mid though.
They're going to try to get some pressure down here. Saucin's still looking to keep it consistent as far as the build goes. Has the Sheen into the bombing
It's a really
center.
nice move from Spenu.
Yeah, getting some pressure down. They're not going to be able to take this turret, though. Faker still has the wave clears. He throws out the Frost Bomb. But yeah, look at this build coming in from Saucin. Still going to be replicating that of a top lane Echo.
I mean, Corki is one of the strongest lane bullies in the game, but if you don't have a turret, you can't overextend for that harass damage you really want to be doing against a melee opponent in Echo. So taking the turret in mid would have been massive, but it was a nice move. It was aping what Afrika were doing so well in Series 1. Just using your resources, they realized, okay, we're not realistically going to be able to take this inner turret in the top lane, so let's rotate to mid, get it down to half health, and try and hold down Faker's oppressive laning phase against Echo.
So far, flawless. Hasn't really been able to make any moves on this Rek'Sai. Just has that Tracker's Knife. You can see Blank already completing his as well with the Warrior Enchantment. Swifty's coming through as well as a Longsword and that Hunter's Potion. So a lot more sustain, a lot more damage and mobility. Blank really outclassing Flawless at the moment, who is down by about 20 CS still.
And Saucin, interestingly, isn't going for a full Mage Echo build. Looks like it's just going to be very much, at least at the start of his build, Iceborne Gauntlet and Sunfire Cape.
Yeah. I was hoping for a little bit more damage from this guy.
I saw a Ruby Crystal and I was hoping for Out of Ages, but not to be.
No. Faker, though, laying on the hurt with these rockets. Just keeping Saucin completely relegated underneath of this tower.
Speaking of, Nuclear doing the same thing with Secret.
Yeah, but it's going to be matched by Bang & Wolf and Blank. And we know the tower taking power, but these two 80 carries, I guess I can't really call Graves an 80 carry at this point.
Well, what would you call him instead?
Marksman is...
No, don't you start with that.
would love to...
Take that language away.
Somebody who does range damage.
Okay.
That should be the... under, like, the biography for Graves. What type of champion is he? Someone who does range damage.
He's an attack damage champion that can carry. He's an ADC.
Yep. Oh, Saucin aggressing on a Faker here. Blank nearby. Gonna flash over the wall. It's gonna be the ultimate back here for Saucin, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to get out. If you're alive, collateral damage does go wide. Looks like he's going to be able to escape. Wow. Miracle escape from him with no flash available. Surprised he got out of that one alive, but it's gonna open up this mid tower for the taking as well. Teleport's coming in on the backside, however, from Soul as they try to pinch. Going to be matched by Duke. Coming straight into the mid lane. It looks like Spenu's just going to back off, but the turret still stays standing in the mid.
Yeah, they didn't have access to double teleport. Saucin couldn't just teleport or ult back into lane, so no way for them to punish, but no turret goes down. Remember, this turret's already half health from before.
Yep, there's the Rift-Herald minions, but there's still no match for the culling as they do not have increased defensive stats. So they will get melted out. But right now, SK Telecom just at about 1,000 lead, hovering around 900 here or there, kind of fluctuating. At the 14.5-minute mark, up that dragon though. So will be a little bit of an additional stat for these guys. But so far, Spenu keeping it close. considering the opponent they're going up against.
And they're following the Rocks Tigers approach. You've got Siva wave clearing in mid, double teleport in other lanes. Okay, the teleport's down, so not exactly ideal, but this is what teams love to do, and then look for a pick. But with the teleports being down, the pick pressure onto SKT is much lower, and they can afford to have champions like Corki show up in bot lane, no teleport, but just not really respecting a pinch on the other side of the map.
Yep. Wolf just gonna throw down a ward here, so gets equal vision to that Scuttle Crab. Flawless still down by about 20 CS. 19 at the moment. You can see the Giant's Belt coming out for him and the Hex Drinker over on the side of Blank. So really making moves for his build, getting these key items in early.
Still a lot of equality between these two teams, all things considered. Definitely not a big lead for SKT.
Yeah, not at all.
Only real CS advantages in the jungle.
Well, the mid lane as well. It's about 20 CS here from Faker, it seems.
Same story in the jungle, so just falling behind a little bit.
Yeah, and that's going to be the bulk of this gold discrepancy that's built up between the teams at the moment.
Trinity Force Corki doing Trinity Force Corki things.
Yeah, being a nuisance. But Sasson has completed the Iceborne Gauntlet already. Still has the Bomby Cinder, so going to have to start going toward that Sunfire Cape now. We'll see if he's going to go full defensive build or if he's going to build a couple AP items. I wouldn't be too surprised if he does pick up something a little more aggressive.
I mean, one of the reasons we assumed Mage Echo is that Rek'Sai is very, very low damage from the jungle.
Yeah.
So there is that time. You know, Echo does good base damage. As we know, both Poppy and Echo are the biggest defenders of abusing Sunfire Cape and the Iceborne Gauntlet as a damage build.
And we saw that in the last game.
Having only that for damage next to a Sivir is risky.
Yeah. Very risky indeed, but at least you do get some AoE crowd control if you can land the parallel convergence.
I guess the theory is that you have so many different people who can occupy the time of triple AD. You know, both these Sunfire and Iceborne Gauntlet give you a lot of armor. Maybe Sivir just slices through the front line while all three members of SKT's damage dealers have to go in opposite directions.
Oh, look at this, though. Soul get a lot of damage from that big one, down below half HP. Trying to stick around to defend this turret. Spenu started up the dragon, but they can't stick around. And this turret is going to go down. SKT out rotating, getting some good damage in on that Poppy, who's yet to really get any tanky stats. Become that front line that she needs to be.
We'll finally see the true meeting the fans have wanted to see. Tanks that do too much damage versus true damage dealers. Who wins?
Right now, it's kind of looking like the true damage dealer. You can see that Spenu not looking to give up this dragon without a fight. Bang, not going to get stunned up by the parallel convergence, and Sasson goes into the back line, trying to make something happen. A nice keeper's verdict, though. Boots away. The Alistar and the Maokai, they're taking front line. It's gone. Bang, has a flash over the wall. First blood comes through for a secret. It's going to be the follow-up. As Bang goes down to nuclear, that should be the dragon for Spenu. Nicely played by them. The damage, the tanky front line completely knocked out, and that's going to be the dragon going over to these guys there first. And maybe now pinching in onto this mid side. Don't think they're going to be able to catch Wolf and Duke, but nicely played by Spenu all the same.
Silly Achilles, you were around in Season 2. You never bet against tanky DPS. They've always done it. Metagolem might be dead, but they're all going for an ultra strong front line. I love Sasson just chasing after Bang. There's one AD carry who had to be trivialized out of the fight. The Poppy ult onto Maokai meant there's no front line against tanks and Sivir. Sivir free hitting. Spender get 2 kills. Spender get a dragon. Nice team fight from them.
Yeah. Sasson just using that ultimate to get further away from Blank. That was really nicely played by Spenu. Still down in gold, though, by about 1,000. It's going to be that turret that got taken away from them in the mid lane that's creating the majority of that discrepancy at this point, as well as some of those CS figures. But now netting themselves a dragon, at least denying or delaying the 5th dragon potential here from SK Telecom. And the 6% stats going to be doing nicely for these guys.
Absolutely. Fake up poking around in the enemy jungle.
Oh, that's going to be the go button press as the TP comes on the back side here from Sasson. Goes in trying to get onto Faker. Can he root him? He gets the stun, comes through. Faker gets popped up. He gets blown up as Nuclear gets the kill. Ultimate comes across from Sasson as he tries to keep him alive. But Spenu maybe biting off more than they can chew. Flawless, looking like he's going to go down as Blank is hot on his heels. Soul just trying to peel for this Rek'Sai, but can't do it. falls in the end. That's going to be the Void Rush away for Flawless, but 2 members died just to pick up Faker.
Yeah, 1-for-2 trade. That time, Bang was free hitting. That time, Malco was in position to be a frontline that allowed Bang to attack. And that was the big difference between the fights. It was a really nice stun onto Faker, perfectly done. Excellent teleport engage. But Bang's the story, because Bang is free hitting. First, Wolf is peeling for him. The parallel to the ultimate damage is only used on the ulting Alistar. And then Bang gets Duke in the front line. He can free hit aplenty. Bang does so much more work in this fight, and that's a fight SKT can win pretty clean.
Yeah. Just Faker going down there. Getting caught by that parallel convergence. Wasn't too many places he could have gone if he juked up. Would have been that much closer to Spenu and probably would have died anyway. So just had to eat the stun and try to rely on the rest of his team to keep him up, and they just could not do it. He does fall, but they don't let him die in vain.
Never die in vain, Faker.
That's a champion I'd like to see him play.
Mid lane Vayne?
Sure.
It'll come back one day. Hard to see, no wave clear, so very difficult to put together. But
Static shift, that's all you need, right?
Oh yeah, you don't spawn. You don't spawn with static shift. It turns out you kind of have to wait and get it later.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry to burst your bubble.
Damn, I've been mistaken all these years.
What elo are you at again, Kilios?
Don't worry about it. Actually, I haven't played the game in so long. It's been quite some time.
So you're becoming a caster then?
Yeah, I guess. It seems like that is the transition that happens. At least here in Korea, it is.
Hey, I've played a lot of games.
That's true.
I try to. Not recently, obviously, being in Jeonju.
Yeah. Just had, you know, some other things going on. I haven't been able to sit down for about 8 hours and play a bunch of League of Legends.
Some people think that League of Legends is a 40-minute game. No. You need that 8 hours.
Yep. You can't just play one.
Well, you're either on a streak or you're working towards a streak, is the way I look at it.
I can't do what Zig and Youngbin are still here from Team Liquid Academy, and I can't do what they've been doing, which is playing about 20 games a day.
I mean, that is kind of their job.
Sure, it is their job, but that's still a lot of League of Legends in a day, 20 games. But I mean, a big part of that is the queue times here in Korea are so much faster than they are back in North America, even with dynamic queue.
There's a really big ranked population. If you guys don't know, the biggest percentage ranked population in the world is Korea.
Surprise.
Not a lot of people play normal games here.
Surprise, surprise.
All about the ranked. Whenever I ask someone, you know, I go up to someone, oh, you play? Oh, I play a little bit. I'm like, oh, so normal games? Like, no. They look offended. They're like, no, I play ranked.
Yeah. I liked it. One of the first games that Zig actually played because he didn't, he couldn't read the client obviously because it was in Korea. He was playing like a PC bong. He's like, wow, I won so quickly. He's like, I really crushed these guys. Like, Korea's easy. And then he looked and he's like, oh wait, I accidentally queued for a normal game.
Normal draft.
And he played like Grave Stomp or something, ended up with like 20 kills. And he's like, why is this so simple?
Question answered.
Yep. He's like, oh, okay. But he just hit Master.
Nicely done.
So confirm better than Balls. Or worse.
Oh boy.
I mean, Diamond 2 is supposed to be the sweet spot, right?
Caster bias.
I love.
We took the Team Liquid. He took you away from Team Liquid, Achilles.
I won't finish that sentence. I'll say I love Cloud9 and the individual players. I won't state that statement.
The fans are warming up to you, but you got to really check in your NA bias, Achilles.
They're good guys. Good to hang out with. Out for a drink in Gangnam, perhaps.
Responsible drinking, of course.
Oh yeah.
No Gragas, actually.
Juice.
No Gragas.
Just
cosplay.
juice.
Juice.
We're not allowed to have wine.
That's true. The chilling empty wine glass. It really redefines. So the crazy thing is, that splash is super old. I remember from 2010. Very dapper gentleman, you know, with the monocle, with
He's got like a Sherlock Holmes pipe going on.
If you've never seen that, don't you feel like the new splash with no wine? It just sends such a different message.
I think it means that he's too drunk to realize that his glass is empty, so they've really just done a counter message there.
How do you check if Cho'Gath's drunk?
He starts trying to eat things that he can't eat.
That's fair. When feasting goes wrong, that's Cho'Gath's story.
It could also be a Gragas story. Oh, Secret gonna get popped up in the air though. Calling doing a lot of damage from Bang. SKT looking for the fight. Soul gets the pin into the wall into Wolf, but he is just not tanky enough. Already burned down a half HP. Sauce goes back in. Wolf with that ultimate pop. Falls, goes deep, but he just gets melted out as Duke picks up the kill. Now, nice pulverize coming through from Wolf. Finds 2 members, and Spenu are just on the run, but Bang is doing too much work here, just dipping and diving around the fight, finding himself multiple kills, looking like he's going to finish off Sasson, and he does. A triple in the end for Bang, an ace for SK Telecom, and it's looking like it could lead into something bigger, like a Baron. Looks like they're just going to go back to the Dragon. Blank is pretty weak.
They don't have any frontliners left, so with triple AD carry, they take the easy objective, but SKT, their target selection in that fight was immaculate. So difficult with so many different champions, with gap closers, diving in. Remember, it's triple AD, so the other 2 members are peeling for Faker, Bang, and Blank in the back line. You just have to watch the 3 and see how they fight. So they end up kiting back, low health bars. Flawless dives in, instantly deleted. Everyone turns on to Flawless. Then Sasson and Soul are kind of fighting the front line. Wolf is basically occupying time, but Wolf, Faker, and Bang so often are turning onto the same target, apart from when Blank has to peel away. And it's no surprise that we've got 3 MVPs on this team. It's triple AD carry. All 3 of them live. Everyone on Spenu dies.
Yeah, Bang just dashing around on that Lucian, doing some serious damage. I mean, you saw Nuclear just get destroyed by those crits from the Lucian.
Well, you already see Lord Dominic's Regard is completed on Lucian.
He's already got the Elixir in his pocket as well.
You're going to get value out of Last Whisper and its evolutions this game, because 3 champions are going to be building double, triple armor items, so bonus armor penetration not going to be in any way a bad stat to pick up.
Yep. And it looks like Sawson's just going to continue this Tank Echo mid lane as he builds into the Spirit Visage, unable to go for the mage. Yep, I really wanted to see the full AP Echo.
I mean, the only thing that could disappoint me more was if his Jarvan mid was full tank as well.
Yeah,
but
that would
thankfully he didn't do that to us.
That was a good show.
Maybe the teleport should have told us that it was going to be more of a tanky build, but honestly his first back was Ruby Crystal and Sapphire Crystal, and I was like, okay, Rod of Ages, I can see it.
Yep, nope.
He let me down.
I am disappointed.
Would it have changed the result? Probably not, but
no, but
it changes the result in my heart.
It would have been a bit more entertaining, I feel. Oh well.
It's nice to want things.
It's nicer to get things, though.
That's true. What am I saying? Getting things is the best.
But as the song goes, you can't always get what you want.
But if you try sometimes, you get what you need.
Unless it's a victory for Spenu.
Hey, the game is not over yet, but basically is over.
Yeah, it's pretty over. Just 4.3 thousand separating these guys, but SKT is still showing that without a massive gold lead, they can still very easily plow through the members of Spenu.
The double teleport just counted so little for Spenu this game. They had the nice catch onto Faker, but ended up giving 2 members for that. And since then, teleports have been pretty trivial. We haven't seen the big teleport players that can take advantage of mid-laners that don't take teleport. Corki and Azir, of course, the most obvious 2 in the meta. Instead, it's been forced fights with 5v5, with more combat summoner spells, with triple AD carry being well peeled for by Duke and Wolf. And yep, well played by SKT for large swaths of this game.
And it's just what we've come to expect from these guys, who have been very much on a rise as well since we saw them at the start of the season, looking really strong as they came back from IEM, Katowice, and have played to form since then. Just dropping that set to KT was a little bit rough. But, you know, of course, KT has been looking insanely good as well.
I'm looking forward to another Telecom Wars and the playoffs. That's what I really want to see.
That would be quite nice.
Looking very likely as an effective semi-final match.
I mean, hell, we could get the rematch of Afrika Freaks into SKT, and then the Telecom Wars to follow that. If not Afrika beating SKT. But
and then one of those fine Telecom Esports teams versus Rocks Tigers. The playoffs are looking insanely good this season, guys.
That they are. I hope we at least get a couple of games out of that set, not just a 3-0 for the Rocks Tigers. Hoping somebody shows some signs of life to take them down. I mean, we saw if it is SKT that makes it to those grand finals, we saw what happened last time Rocks faced them.
We asked for double teleport.
Okay. Here it comes. Yeah, coming in on the backside by that drive rush up in the top lane. Gonna be zipping down. They get spotted up by the scrying orb though. Can Spenu lock them down long enough? It doesn't look like it.
Mid turret is still up as well.
The end of the play.
Very hard to make that play with mid turret still alive.
Yeah.
But desperation. Only other way you can stand.
I mean, there was also just a really good read by SK Telecom, knowing like, you know, Saucin and Soul are gone. The teleports are available. What's not? Well, you know, this flank isn't really warded. Let's just throw a scrying orb. Up there they are. Okay. Now we'll sit under our tower that is still standing at 30 minutes.
Yep. Didn't require advanced mathematics to work that particular scenario out. So double teleport offers precisely nothing.
Yep. That was more of a 2+2 there for SKT.
And hilariously now a teleport advantage for Duke.
Yep, and we can see a big vision advantage as well around this Baron pit as they clear it out. And they go ahead and start it up as well. Bang does have a hell of a lot of damage. Saucin coming around the side, already used the parallel convergence.
Flawless
pretty
isn't
long
coming yet.
cooldown. Yeah, Flawless is not here. Has the Void Rush available, but it doesn't even matter. They throw in a ward in the pit. It's going to be taken away by Blank with the smite. Actually, he didn't even smite it, I don't think. Secret getting engaged on though as the package comes through. Nowhere to go. Exhaust down to keep him locked up, and Bang gonna find the damage. Flawless, I don't know if you want to take that one. Comes in off the Void Rush, immediately has the tunnel to safety. That's going to be a mid-tier 2 tower going down here for SK Telecom as they continue the push now with Baron empowered minions into this mid lane.
Well, the package was stamped and delivered to Secret. FedEx Corki is certainly a skin that we're starting to hope for with all the packages being so aggressively delivered.
I prefer
SKT.
UPS.
UPS. Corki, that's an American company. I can appreciate that. Are you just making an endorsement there? You prefer UPS over FedEx?
I mean, I've always gotten better service from UPS.
Okay, well, Champions endorsed then.
It's just my LCK live review of different delivery services.
When are we going to delve into your
segment
Yelp?
on OGN?
When are we going to delve into your Yelp reviews? Some nice restaurants in Jeonju, the food capital of Korea.
Yeah, some really good restaurants. We had, oh god, that bacon last night was amazing. We went out to a restaurant. We got, I forget how much it was for the platter, but it was pretty damn cheap.
That was some bacon.
It was, I think between the 4 of us, it was something like $13 each, and we just ate bacon until we were stuffed.
I think it was less than that.
Maybe, might have been.
It was good times.
That was delicious. We might go back there tonight.
It was the best of times. It was the best of times.
Yeah, you can't. There's no worst of times. The only
it ended. Yes.
It was the worst of times for that meal ending.
Oh, Saucin. He's in trouble.
Saucin is indeed in trouble.
He is also a tank.
Yeah, Baker still does a lot of damage. He is a Corki.
You know it's bad when the Corki is riff walking aggressively. Oh, it's not riff walking. Valkyrie.
Wow.
Aggressively.
Corki, where did you learn that one?
The parallel convergence.
She's like TM number 43, and Baker Baker learns riff walk.
Hey, Valkyrie and riff walk pretty similar skills. All right, they're looking for a pinch again. No teleports this time.
Well, Blank has an idea that they're sitting in the brush, so there's at the smoke bomb to try to deter them from coming around that flank. Split going on by Duke in the bot side. Does have the TP available if he needs to quickly join the team. And has those Baron empowered minions, so even for a Maokai, he's going to be able to work through this turn really quickly. Slows up Soul. Another wave coming through. Just pops the Maelstrom. The rest of SKT holding Spenu up at the top side. It's going to be the turn going down there. Flawless tries to go in, but just is not tanky enough. He falls for the collateral damage. Nuclear going to fall as well after flashing and healing. Saucin going to have to try to get out of here, but the culling is just hitting him by the tip as he runs away. Blank might. No, he's not going to go down. Duke is arriving here. And he's just going to push Soul straight back off, and that's going to be 3 inhibitors down. Actually, they might not even finish that third one. It's just going to be the Nexus turrets falling. It's just going to be a game going over to SK Telecom here. Just under 34 minutes against Spenu Sonic Boom.
Well, 22 wasn't a lucky number. 21, 20, that was pretty good for Saucin. But 22, Blackjack rules. I'm pretty sure he busts. So that was a bust. Take Echo mid. Don't really know why he went for that. They desperately needed some magic damage. They had one nice fight where they managed to punt Maokai out of it. There was no front line. They could win it. But after that, target selection was trademark SKT. Super clean and a clean win for SK Telecom.
That it was. Just giving up a couple of those kills earlier on. Faker getting caught out a couple times. But for the most part, SK Telecom, of course, playing how we thought they would, going up against an opponent like Spenu Sonic
We're looking
Boom.
at the damage numbers on our screen. 28,000 damage for Corki. For reference, the next highest is under 16,000.
Yeah, and that was Bang, who was just shy of that by about 43 damage.
Nobody on the side of Spenu broke 10K.
Yeah. Sivir the closest one. Nuclear just unable to do so.
On the upside, Alistair did the least damage. So they had that going for them.
Yep. Congrats, your Trundle beat the Alistair.
Auto attack cancels, big damage.
What a sad stat there. But of course, this is what we expected. Spenu, just almost no way of taking down SKT1 outside of a miracle or a deal with the devil.
And it
looks like they didn't get
now
either.
that SKT, I believe, will finish third. I do not believe Jin Air can finish above them. They need to lose 2-0 and have Jin Air win 2-0.
Yeah, I don't think that it's remotely possible. I mean, it's a +5 game score for Jin Air. SKT at a +9 at the moment, so.
Again, it could have been 2 in either direction, but with 1 win, it can only be 1, and now SKT guaranteed to make third.
There can only be 1. We'll have 1 victor. We'll see who it's going to be when we come back for game 2.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back. Your MVP from game one is Bang. After an explosive performance on that Lucian, 5-1-3 to finish it out with an 80% kill contribution and some really good target selection in those team fights.
Yeah, it was a slow early game, Achilleos, but the moment that SKT found their first advantage, which ironically is our first clip here, Faker got caught, but they ended up going 2 for 1. Ever since they got into a rhythm where Maokai was in the front line, the triple AD carry in trademark SKT fashion was able to have excellent target selection. Remember, this is a team so used to running one threat, they have to always be so on the board with target selection. This fight with multiple different tanky DPS divers was expertly maneuvered by SKT and a deserved victory in pretty comfortable fashion.
Yeah. And as we said, this is exactly how we expected this game to go down. Was a bit slower to start off, but once SKT came online, Bang just completely went off, got himself a triple kill there in that fight. This was the final push in as they were taking down what would have been their third inhibitor at the time, and see Bang still just doing work.
And all the flashy moves from Sassen, of course with no AP, don't really account for much. Damage was on the low side. The late game was looking even worse from a Spenu perspective. They made some emergency initiations, the double TP play that led to nothing, and predictably couldn't find a win. Assassin's still smiling. Maybe he's ready for lucky number 23.
I don't know. I mean, I think that if he plays mid-echo again and actually builds at mage, we can count it as number 23. It's basically a completely different character. I'd love to see that, but I just don't know if it's going to happen. I also don't know if he has any lenses in those glasses.
That is, I mean, lensless glasses is a bit of a fashion statement in Korea. As in the West, we think of Tarek and Monte Cristo, but it's been all about Dongjun and Tarek.
Yep, we've seen quite a few of those images so far for Dongjun, even just in these last couple days in Jeonju, last 2 days, I should say.
Sure.
But Spenu, what do you do coming back into this game against SK Telecom? Do you just play a fun game? And obviously you see the smiles on these guys' face, the coach as well. They got their 2 wins, their 2 match wins for the season. And they made it above Kwangju Monster. They dodged the MVP bullet. So do they go ham, try to win the game, or do they just have some fun?
Well, in game 1, SKT had something to play for. They needed at least a single game victory to guarantee their 3rd place spot and skip over the wildcard match, which is now confirmed to be the 13th of the month, Jin Air versus Africa Freaks. SKT will play the winner of that series, but now both teams literally have nothing to play for. Spenu couldn't leapfrog Longzhu. They were stuck in 9th spot. SKT, I think they're still going to be able to iron it out, just play a very SKT-esque comp and power through, but this is where the gloves are off on both sides.
Yep. I'd like to see a very brawlish game from these guys. Just get some comfort picks and go at it. But we can see it's not going to be so. Spanu banning away the Kindred to get that out of the hands of Blank, and the Echo not working out so hot for these guys. take it off the board as well, but it's going to be Lee Sin and Azir. Sassin, a mid laner that likes that champion just as much as Faker does.
If he's going to return to a champion, it's going to be Azir. That's what we've noted from recent weeks.
Yep.
Made a couple of Azir games, otherwise been very much the random sampler from Sassin.
Yep. And Trundle, the final ban. We'll see what SKT wants to end things with here as the clock ticks down. Vars made it through that first round draft. Could see that one get picked up here if it doesn't get banned away. It's going to be Poppy.
Man. Okay, so also the Graves that was first picked by Blank. Blank had a good performance in game 1. We didn't talk about it very much, but in the same team fights where Bang was excelling, Blank looked great on the Graves as well. Flawless's best jungle champion after Lee Sin has been Graves, so we might see that as a first pick once again.
I think you do have to go for that here, or at least something that can match the aggression. Graves would be a good pickup. Nidalee has also made it through. We can see that one go over to Blank if he wants to snatch it up for himself.
And that's why you're not so unhappy to give up the Graves. You're getting power for power, whichever jungle pick is locked in. Kalista as an AD carry is available, but Nuclear hasn't played a lot of it. Rise.
Oh, yeah, this was banned away in game 1. Could just see it come in for Sassin again.
Could, of course, be Soul.
Could be Soul, but that could be the mind game. They're going to go ahead and lock it, so the Graves still available. We'll have to see what SKT do with this information that they've garnered. Obviously, this is a flexible pick here.
Sivir also making it through the draft, so another arguable first pick.
Yeah,
Sivir Rise then allows you to recreate Turbo Rise. Lulu's still available in a later round, but would have to probably be a top lane Lulu, although we might see the Rise move to top lane as well.
Yeah.
I really like the Sivir lock-in, and Sivir Maokai, excellent duo, excellent lock-in.
Yeah, it was a first round pickup for Nuclear in the first game. It's going to be one for Bang now with the Maokai to boot. Graves still comes through, and they get the Alistar, so going to take away that very tanky support in the bot side, and they'll continue to troll out Cloud Templar.
But
with the
now they get a
Lulu.
Dongjun troll in with the Tara combo.
Yeah.
Bang, I love it.
That's pretty great. I can't wait till his rework comes through.
Probably going to be post MSI before we see it in competitive play.
Yeah, as unfortunate as it is, but wow, Tom Kench does get locked in. So Tom Kench support for Wolf and Nidalee for Blank, saving, of course, that last pick for Faker.
Probably.
What else would it be?
We've seen some interesting things this season.
Nidalee, bring out the Nidalee.
How about the middle Tom Kench? If it could be Tank Echo, why not Tom Kench?
The middle Maokai.
The middle Maokai. True 8 style.
I mean, full AP Maokai, and that thing really hurts.
But we'll wait and see. Spenu need to show us their other lanes.
Don't do it, please.
You don't want to see more Twitch?
I don't. I'd rather see Jinx again.
Wow, that's a bit harsh. Waiting to see what we see locked in for both AD carry and ostensibly middle top. This is not the game for Pantheon.
Yeah, this isn't Coco.
Pantheon also gets pretty ruined by the Tom Kench.
Okay. So it will be the Karma mid for Sassin. Rise will be for Soul up in that top lane against the Maokai. And Corki coming in at 80 carry, so denying that one away from Faker as he did play it in the first game. Faker now thinking, what do I want to play into Karma? I kind of brought this champion back into the meta. What can I pick that will snuff it out?
Interesting. I mean, Karma very, very strong.
As
Pretty
he tries to fit
laner.
his whole fist into his mouth.
Such an oppressive laner. Up there, even a stronger laner than Lulu, you'd have to say. Just given how strong her level 1 is. And if you eat the poke or the full Mantra Q, then you take massive burst of damage. So not really a clear pick here. Maybe it's just Lulu when you go for very much a utility-focused SKT-esque comp.
Could be. Got a couple targets in the Sivir and the Nidalee for the Wild Growth. Mostly the Sivir, though. Lysandra, also one that could come through.
A lot of safety in the Lysandra pick. Another standby.
Oh. Last second flip. It's going to be the twisted bait here for Faker. So some global presence coming in. And that should be a double teleport on the side of Spenu here, since he will not need that cleanse anymore for the Lysandra, but he could keep it for the yellow card. It comes down to your preference of play.
Confirming that it is number 23 for Sassin. He has not played a game of Karma this season, so does get up to that magical number 23. But
23rd time
TF,
is the charm.
TF is the one, I won't call it black mark in the history of Faker, but it's the one question mark because Faker will go down most likely as the best player to ever play League of Legends, but the one champion he's never at one time been the best at, I would argue, is Twisted Fate. Dade was always a Twisted Fate player. His Twisted Fate has never really been a monumental pick. He's won games on it, he's looked good on it, but he's never been synonymous with a champion that has always been at the fringes or at the center of the meta, Twisted Fate.
Are we talking about best Korean Twisted Fate or best Twisted Fate?
We're talking about best in the world, because honestly, the best in Korea is often the best in the world, Achilles.
I would somewhat argue for Westor for Twisted Fate.
I don't think it beats Dade. Sorry.
That's a rough one.
Coco also an excellent Twisted Fate. There are a lot of great Twisted Fate players. It's just a rare champion. You would have said Azir, but Azir's been excellent.
Yeah.
Twisted Fate, for how long the champion has been around, never been a Faker special. And I love this. Look at the summoner spell change. He's taking the Apto method. He's got Ignite.
Yeah. Going to be going a really aggro play here for Faker. Teleport did come through for Saucin, so double TP over to the side of Spenu. Let's see if it's enough to outpressure SK Telecom as we get into game 2.
Mother Nature, everybody wants to rule the world.
Just ignore the odd terrain off the side of Summoner's Rift. The see-through mountain.
It's just window dressing.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's fine.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을
It's K. There's no gangplank in this game, though.
But there is a support Tahm Kench.
There is a support Tahm Kench. Let's go back to Worlds.
Okay, you convinced me.
You know, it was really funny. I was with Cloud9 at the time doing Worlds, filming for them, and Lemonation said, you know, I want to run Tahm Kench support. I think it's really good. And everybody on the team was like, no, that sounds terrible. You're an idiot.
Crazy thing is that...
And then, lo and behold, he became one of the most contested picks.
I mean, C9 was so ahead of the meta in that first week.
Yeah.
That it's surprising the one Black Swan might have been the Tahm Kench, because they were well on top of Veigar and the other picks that were strong in the meta. The Veigar-Tristana combo.
Yeah. And then the Veigar started drawing bans in every single game, and...
Let's not talk about the second week of Worlds.
And then we don't talk about the second week. 0-10 the dream, baby. 0-10 the dream. Secret going in for some aggression onto Blank.
He didn't even get an auto attack in.
Yeah,
it was just
he just
a very
walked toward him.
Intimidating cow.
It's like, you don't want to mess with this.
Can't touch this.
I won't.
Looks like, yeah, Spenu actually started top side. They didn't take a camp at the bottom side, so...
Secret's still just like, I'm here. Oh,
one man evade.
No, he got 2 auto attacks in. Hit it. Oh, he got 3. It's the pulverize on the Blank. He's, it'd be a miraculous steal if he actually got it, but that's going to be all the harassing he can get in here, and we'll go ahead and rejoin his Corki up in that top side.
But what does this mean for the lane swap, where Spenu took no camps on the bottom side of the map? That's the interesting thing, is that they didn't even take Krugs, they didn't take Red, they didn't take Raptors. They started on the wall. So this is a different lane swap start than we've seen all season.
Yeah. Bit interesting, and that means that Blank is probably going to have a nice little roam into that bottom side of the jungle as they go down to join the rest of the team at that Tier 1 tower. You can see that Flawless will come through, find the red buff for himself, but still many, many more camps that can be taken by Blank, so that should net him a little bit more of a CS advantage here, as we can already see he's about 3 up over Flawless.
It is still vertical jungling, so obviously access to the enemy red buff. No chance of a 3 buff coming through from SKT, but just a different jungle start. Spenu will have the earlier start on the turret. Doesn't mean they're necessarily going to take it down first.
Well, now, possible gank into the mid lane here onto Faker. He gets rooted down. Flawless dashes in, throws out the end of the line, will not connect. Pulls the gold card. Can he turn it around? Flawless is still here to cut him off. Blank finds the first blood, but can Flawless find the follow-up kill? Javelin comes through. Blank trying to get onto him. The heal comes out from Bang, and they stay alive. Faker not going to go down. Finds a kill on a Flawless, and just like that, SKT up is up 2 kills.
Bang walked all the way from bot lane when they were trying to take down this first outer turret just for Faker. Just for the heal. Really nice collapse from SKT.
Really good indeed. And now maybe looking for more onto Saucin as they come in underneath this tower. This is a little bit of aggro here. The TP coming through. Wolf going to take this up. Does have that gray health. Has to flash away. Still gets rooted down by Saucin, taking a lot of damage. He throws out the Mantra Q, but cannot finish off the Catfish.
And the result is the Faker has double buff, so that's bad.
Yeah. And they got the teleport out of Soul.
Really nice turnaround. Just no vision. Spinner looked for that all in. It looked so good.
Yeah, hashtag worth.
Italy max range spear. Faker's
now,
ignite also very important.
Oh, Soul in a bad spot. Already getting 2 of those marks up. Could stun him up here from Wolf. Flash away though. Will keep himself alive. But again, Summoner Spells being burned left and right by Spinu.
Yeah, look at that. 1,700 gold lead. Of course, mostly from the kill credit very quickly. Faker gets a kill involvement without even having to use that infamous First Destiny. Now the First Destiny will have cooldown reduction associated with it, as it's a very fast Boots of Lucidity.
Yep. Looking to be able to draw as many cards as he possibly can in these extended trades. Pull up the gold card consistently. So far, Faker's shown that he can pull those gold cards with accuracy. We'll have to see how it is coming out of Destiny, whether or not we'll get some nice Faker plays or end up with some Reginald TF plays to harken back to the days of yore.
Well, he's got his 1-0 and 1. He's got extra movement speed from the City Boots. Won't have Ignite if he opts into a Destiny when he pings level 6, but definitely in a good spot to have a memorable TF game.
It's a good start. But of course, with this Twisted Fate, as you said, not been the greatest champion for Faker so far. The place to prove it might not necessarily be against Spenu Sonic Boom. Maybe something that we could see coming out in the playoffs, however.
Wolf backing in Vision, because why not?
Yeah, you know, I see that pink ward. I don't need to kill your pink horde. It's a really good intimidation tactic.
Turret trading will continue. Spenu delayed in their turret take though. And lane swap not ideal for Ryze, who wants a long laning phase, who wants safe places to farm.
Yeah.
Ryze is going to be a lot like a Jhin or a Jinx that we talked about, who wants to farm in the mid lane safely, because now in this overextended, no outer turret situation, very hard for Ryze to find safe place to either stack up tier or get gold.
Yep. See though, Dragon's been started out. It's going to be a TP coming in here from Duke. Secret way too far forward. No Alistar ultimate to be seen, and it looks like Flawless might be actually the first one to go down. He is. Like finishes him off. Gold card comes through as they lock up Nuclear. Secret on the run will fall to that last auto attack from Bang. Healed by Nuclear, just trying to get him and Soul to safety. Has to pop the flash. He will get out. His blank is still hot on his heels, but that's going to be 3 kills coming in for the side of SK Telecom.
It's going to be one of those games, Kilios.
Yep, it's going to be one of those just run away with the victory games for SKT.
You want brawls, but is it really a brawl when one team has all the gold and the enemy team has no gold?
This is basically like one of the fighters. Yeah, one of the fighters has their hands tied behind their back and they're just pressed up against the turnbuckle.
I was trying to think of the other term, but lynching sounds good.
It's pretty close.
The Battle Royale has not gone good, Spenu.
Not at all. Yep,
yeah, the Fate of Foot passive is active. So much chasing provided from the Prowl from Italy, and Faker has Destiny available. Ignite was up again. They didn't get the kill on Nuclear, but everyone else straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, they were quite close to that one. Dragon still stands, no one able to take it in the end, but Spenu just going to rotate up to the top side and take away this Rift Herald. Let them a little bit of gold, but it's a far cry from the 3.8 thousand that currently separates these teams.
Soul also has to break the freeze in bot after Siva pushes in, so no guaranteed freeze for the Ryze, who desperately wants that.
Quick, let's kill Duke. Oh wait, the saplings last for 60 seconds.
That's true. Well, at highest rank, which isn't there.
Okay, true. But still, they last for a good long while.
They do. Ultra rapid fire mode Maokai sounds good to me.
That sounds disgusting.
I probably shouldn't have said ultra rapid fire mode.
Yeah, you just oh god, you just tilted the Twitch chat again, Papa. Oh. This is rule number 1.
Don't talk about ultra rapid fire.
The first rule of URF is don't talk about URF.
Ah. my mistake.
Oh, okay.
Well,
that
Soul's decided that he can't enter lane against Siva and Tom Kench, which is pretty good observation, really.
I need the experience killing this tower. The gold.
That feel when TF has lane pressure on Akama, that's not good times.
Not at all, and we can see the CS lead is not good times either. 16 CS up for Faker. With
Big
the
issue
Sheen now in his inventory.
Big issue with what Speno are doing is they're sending Soul to group just to help the push, but one team has Maokai, who doesn't need any gold, the other team has Rise, who needs a lot of gold.
I thought the big issue is that they were losing.
Well, that's, you know, indicative of the issue, let's say, is that Maokai's happy to group up, make teleport plays, just not pick up farm because he only needs a couple of tank items, you know, Ruby Crystal, a bit of magic resist here and there, and he's fine, whereas item build for Soul's very expensive. So him having to group and impact the map early instead of farm, 20 CS, probably very low in terms of stacking these tier. Not much to say, really. Happy for Speno.
Not at all. No happy saucing right now. Maybe after the game. Might still
Maybe
have
after
some
the
fun, but it's not really fun when you're getting stomped out this hard. And oh, Secret. Oh no, don't do it. No, Secret, don't do it.
He did it.
Yeah, he did it. There's no way that he could have known. Bang just gonna pop on the hunt, try to pinch down against Nuclear.
Well, the
has the
package
package available. The Destiny's here. Uses the Valkyrie, but the gold card's already drawn. Can they follow up with the damage? Ignite coming through from Faker, and is he gonna die? Gold card, and one more. There it is. Gets him in the end, and the assist comes through for Bang with the on the hunt.
Well, that looked easy.
It was. Need that button from Staples.
Duke doesn't have to use the teleport. Actually didn't have it, but didn't even need to use it. Flawless. Can he solo out Wolf? Looking like yes.
Well, Blank could just come over this wall, throws out the Javelin, gets slowed up here. Blank comes over, this might have been a mistake. Oh, the Mantra hits Wolf before he can even use the Gray Health Shield. But Saucin takes that Javelin, flashes up the wall nicely to try to dodge the leap, but in the end, he goes down all the same. Saucin falling, and another kill picked up here for Blank. 5-0 and 3, he's having a whale of a game right now.
He's having a day out, Achilles. Yep. Game 1 was pretty close in the early game, and then SKT really turned it on. Game 2 never had that phase, sadly.
No, it didn't. 1-9, so not going to be a shutout here. Of course, they did pick up towers. They did trade those, so it wouldn't be a true shutout, but not going to have a kill shutout by SK Telecom in this game.
Lichbane Rush for Twisted Fate. Most aggressive all item builds, also useful in a split push, but important to note he has Ignite and not the teleport, so true split push TF is a little bit less strong because he doesn't have the true global presence.
Yeah, not as much. Remember when TF had the the global ultimate, global destiny back in the day?
Remember when he had it on a regular ability?
Yeah, it was Q, I believe.
E.
Oh, it was his E, okay.
I mean, think about his kit.
One of those.
Which of the abilities kind of is a bit black? It's the E.
Yeah.
Wild card, pick a card, iconic, stack deck, you put points in it, just cause.
Unless you're playing ADTF.
Big Fat LP might be in the chat.
I do. Hey, I love ADTF. I used to main that back during season 1 and 2.
Skitty, you have to be careful. They're in a massive, massive power spike, but can't be too cute.
Yeah, Blank still takes a bit of damage here. Saucin does still hurt with those Mantra Qs.
Base damage on that ability massively high, I believe 515 bonus damage just from the Mantra at highest level, at level 16.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. Big problem though here for the side of Spenu is that Secret is still level 4 and needs to be the tanky front line. And
I think Soul having 39 CS, that's buying the most expensive pair of boots he could find is also a problem.
That is a problem. Saucin though, forward in this mid lane, trying to lock down Bang. Will take a bit of damage, but that Q not quite going to connect. The Destiny has been popped, but Faker doesn't want to follow up with it, so he's just going to retreat.
Get the objective on the top side. Looks like Faker's going to change his mind once again and be forced to the mid lane.
He's just shuffling around, not quite sure where he wants to go, but this threat of this wave in the mid lane wants to come in here and snatch this up and get that sweet, sweet gold. Never mind, he's going to let Bang have it as after he took that kill.
He doesn't fake a happy feed very often, but that was definitely some fake a happy feeding.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where he wanted to go, and then he's like, oh, a blue buff.
A wild blue buff.
wild blue buff attacks.
It wasn't super effective.
Not at all. Didn't stand a chance. Even with its little sentinel friends.
Duke, did you see where he goes with the build? Of course, we saw some Nego Rod of Ages on Maokai, and a few people do that. But again, when you have such an early lead, there's the one school of thought that says get the Snowball Rod of Ages and have it stack early, and there's the other school of thought that says buy as many effective immediate items as possible and just win the game for 25 minutes.
That's looking like that's an innate possibility here. Link getting slowed up, but not going to be able to get engaged on. Secret cannot go in without that full 6, really, because he'll just get destroyed by the front line of SK Telecom.
Soul's managed to match Duke in levels, but obviously no other metric, way behind CS.
Yeah, well, here comes an engaged. Nice double pulverize here onto Blank and Wolf. Wolf going to take this up as best as he can, but here comes Faker around the side. Doesn't draw the red card, the gold card, draws the red one instead. And now it's just going to be a poke war back and forth. SKT unable to find the real engage and suffering a little bit on their health bars.
5v4.
TP's getting ready to come up here for Duke. Something a couple seconds. Nice spear on the nuclear. Threads the needle for that one. Can't follow up. Faker taking a lot of damage. Gets out of that Mantra Q. Throws out the wild cards. Gets a bit of damage on the Saucin. Blank can't finish it off though. But Wolf with a nice devour will keep him alive. Goes down though. Cannot pop the shield in time. But on the hunt has been popped. And it's a triple kill coming in for Bang. Can he find a Quadra? Maybe even a Penta as he's trying to chase in onto Soul. Don't think this one's going to happen. Soul probably going to try to TP out. No, just flashes straight over the wall, but the Destiny is up for Faker. Does he follow through? He's already pretty low. Goes up for the Corki, finds Nuclear, and takes him down. So sorry, Bang. No unofficial Quadra for you.
They know where Soul is. They have a very good idea. Here comes the sapling.
There it is. Throws out the sapling, but can they pinch him in time? Faker coming down below him. Should have that gold card. Still has to respect the damage output for this Rise, and he can't catch him. He's just too damn fast. So we'll be able to get out alive, and Saucin TP'd into mid just for safekeeping.
Still was a 1-for-4, I believe, trade for Spenu, so not ideal for sure. No pentakill, only a triple for Bang.
Ah, well. We have a little bit more left in this game. Maybe we'll see the pentakill come out.
And Faker almost dies, flashing into
this was great by
the
Wolf.
Mantra Q. The Wolf save onto Bang is excellent. He gives up his own life for it in the end.
They could have shielded it.
Maokai has such a fantastic teleport ward that was prepped earlier, and instant triple kill is happy times for SKT.
Very happy times indeed. But you know, if you're Spenu, you're not really playing for much here. So I think it's happy times for both sides.
It's happy as can be.
Yeah. I mean, Saucin going ahead and saying, you know what, I'll play a 23rd champion to finish out my split. Just kind of tells you that Spenu, while they're not just blatantly rolling over and playing dead, are not necessarily taking this completely seriously.
Certain records have been more important for Saucin than necessarily winning games.
Yeah.
But he makes it work sometimes.
Getting that second win, that was the big one. But it doesn't look like they're going to get a win here against SKT.
The gank brush.
Oh, yeah, the gank brush. On the hunt is up, though, for Bang. Here comes the go button, though, from Karma. Mantra shield. Wolf already taking a bit of damage. Duke goes back in, locks up Secret, has to pop that Alistar ultimate as the gold card comes out. And that's going to be it.
Pretty effective gank brush, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Not too bad. We'll see if they're able to pressure out this turret yet. Is about half HP, but Bang's here, of course, with the Wave Slayer for the Sivir. Faker as well can throw out the wild cards. That makes for a very fast lane sweep. Soul gets locked off underneath the tower, takes a little bit of damage. Wolf consuming Faker, keeping him alive. He only takes a little bit. Spenu are in a pretty good spot to just stick around and try to take this turret.
Again, the scaling is a big problem. Soul still doesn't have Rod of Ages at
18
minutes into the game. He actually invests in the distortion boots because he realizes that the scaling game, the late game Rise dream, is a 50-minute dream at best, and he wants to be more of a utility Rise with the snare.
Yeah. Will be a tower going down though, but here comes the Abyssal Voyage as Wolf and Duke arrive, but they're just getting melted immediately. Duke almost going down, about 30% HP. Wolf as well. Gonna have to be on the retreat, so that gets turned around really quickly here by Spenu. Secret, can he find the engage? Not gonna happen. But that's a little bit of a breath of life here from Spenu.
It's been really sloppy from SKT.
Yeah, really overzealous.
Somewhat understandable given the texture of the game, given how far ahead they are, but I think it's time to buckle down and at least have your front line together when you're initiating, because they need Maokai and the Tamkej on the same page.
Yep. You can see though, waves getting cleared out, but the turret still takes about half HP in damage. So Spenu pushing back a little bit. It's a little bit of a shove. SKT still standing their ground pretty firmly, however.
Spenu realizes how far behind they are. The kill score gives you a great summary of the position you're in. Duke spent a lot of the time picking up farm that Seoul hasn't had access to.
Yeah. I forget which game it was here at Champions where they're like, oh, we're up by 15,000. Like, we can't lose. And then it was like 7,000 separated.
Yes, that was a Freaka.
Yeah, that's right.
That was when Mickey went for his trademark double Valkyrie into the enemy jungle and died.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you were right. Now I remember that. He's just like, I'm sorry.
And they're like, don't worry, we're 15k up. It was actually 8. That was a good video.
That was. Oh, well. Valkyrie into the jungle still better than Yasuo for Mickey.
I love Yasuo, but
those were dark times that we just don't want to talk about anymore.
my heart has a place for Yasuo, but maybe not right now.
Yeah. It was looking like there might have been an opportunity for him because Maokai's been coming back. We saw a couple Nars for the answer to the Maokai.
Gragas,
and then, of course, Gragas, another one. But, of course, you know, we were seeing the Yasuo as an answer for the Gnar.
Sure, in top lane.
But Gnar still not quite there. The +3 AD for him wasn't quite enough. Faker drawing out the gold card, finds Soul. Oh, he flashes away. We'll take a little bit of damage. And SKT just trying to play around in the jungle here.
So much map pressure, basically. One gold card spells death if Blank's in the entourage as well.
Yeah.
They are looking, though. They're looking to pinch.
So you have a flash. Yeah, Faker going to get knocked out by the pulverized. Headbutts him in. Nuclear goes in, gets a lot of damage down onto the Twisted Fate. Wolf there for the consume to keep him alive. Now Twisted advance down onto Duke. Faker looking for the Destiny. Where's he going to go? Straight over to the other side. Cutting him off, throwing out those wild cards, getting some passive damage in. It's going to be Secret going down first. Nice javelin lands on Assassin. And the crits come through. Another triple kill going over to Bang. Cannot make it a penta, however, as a kill will be picked up by Blank and Duke, respectively. But SKT, what more can you say? They're just going to go ahead and pick up maybe a Baron, maybe a couple turrets here. Looks like it's going to be the former.
Faker really was so smart in this engage. When we finally see the fights, the big story after the aggro being reset is that Maokai comes in the back. Spenu desperately want to disengage towards their base. Faker cuts off the retreat. So intelligent. With no outer bot lane turret down, it can't just run to the turret in the bot lane. They have to run towards their base. Faker cuts that off, walks in with a red card. Ricochet crits plenty, and easy team fight win for SKT.
Oh, well, the Baron's gone down. Duke getting grabbed up here, but Wolf is there for the Devour. Eats him up, will spit him out, and looks like everybody's going to get away safely. And that was a double teleport used yet again by Spenu Sonic Boom. Not netting them anything, and they lose another global objective. Now down by just about 12,000. Blank, though, gets caught by the headbutt pulverize, taking a lot of damage. Looks like he's going to fall, gets rooted. Here comes Wolf. Can he get the Devour in time? Gets it. And he will walk away with his life. Nice Abyssal Voyage by Wolf. Some cheeky play overall by SK Telecom.
Wolf is like the helicopter evac. He's always there to get people away.
And he's still stony-faced playing this game. He's not even getting a good chuckle in. He's just saying like, yeah, doing my job. I'm a support.
I really hope Wolf wins MVP with less than 50% kill participation.
He's got my vote.
As a support. Because his support is not reflected in KDAs. Those evacs have been awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the one Abyssal Voyage into that mid lane that almost resulted in their deaths. Oh, flawless. Here comes the gold card. What was that? Oh, he's trying to use it to dash. He got locked up, though. Faker gets the kill. Oh, Nuclear going in onto Bang. This is the package. Will only get a little bit of damage in onto him, however. And now they have to back off. And meanwhile, Third Dragon's going down as Blank finishes it off.
I mean, a lot of this from Wolf has been a reflection of smart pathing. We always talk about how Gorilla's always in position for a turret dive on Alistar or to relieve pressure. Wolf has been basically standing next to Bang all split. He hasn't been roaming, he's been laning a lot. This is a game where he's been unleashed, and it's been great to see him make the rounds around the map and be in the right spot, just like his good friend Gorilla.
Yeah. Solid performance by Wolf. Having to use a flash a couple times to close that distance, but still doing so. So solid reactions for the Bowers. A little bit lacking when it comes to the great health shields here and there, but overall, very entertaining play coming out from the top catch. You can see more pressure just being applied around the map by SKT. Completely in control now, looking for a bait. So wait over the wall. On the hunt, gets popped, can figure go in. Does have the flash, doesn't want to blow it though to get in range. Now Soul just charging up, gets sped up. But this is a very dangerous tiptoe battle we have going on as these guys just come back and forth at each other.
Look like the recalls were completed, so there are members of SKT pretty caught out.
Yeah, this is like being challenged. This is like, I don't even know what you'd call it. They're just being challenged to a walk-off. Whoever's just going to walk into each other first. Fortunately, you can't have a fashion competition like you would see in Zoolander.
But the Chef Catfish waddles his way away to safety.
That he does. Cannot bench the catch.
Now we're doing it again, Achilles. We're not allowed to say that either.
Why not?
Twitch chat. Twitch chat loves
the
catch.
Yeah.
His unbenched status.
That's all right.
I love how the crowd goes wild over wild card wave clear.
I mean, there's nothing more beautiful in this game than just some solid wave clear.
Look, it's a lot better than going wild over ward kills, at least. We got that going for us.
Oh, Destiny popped. They want to come in. Yeah, Figure coming in for the cutoff. Draws the red card, though. Trying to look for that big slow onto multiple members of Spenu. I'm unable to find it. Wave, however, crashing into this mid lane. Bang. Let's start chipping away at that one. Secret goes in, finds Wolf, knocks him up, takes a lot of damage. Gets the shield off this time, however. Yeah, TP coming in for Duke right underneath the tower. Who's he going to root down? Looks like he's just going to stick around, burn through the turret, go straight for the inhibitor. Bang taking a bit of damage to his advance now, locking down Saucin. Javelin misses and he flashes away, won't get out alive. Same might not be able to be said for Secret, and it can't be. So he gets taken down. Faker finding that kill with a wild card. Keeps throwing him out, trying to find that passive chip damage. The inhibitor going to fall, and SKT continue to make things happen.
Yep, SKT feigned the dive, but really just wanted to get safe space for Sivir to walk up and auto-attack down that turret. Take down the inhibitor as well. Very early inhibitor at 26 minutes. Looking for a pre-30-minute win, but for now, thwarted. But you look at this gold lead, 17,000 plus gold lead at 26 minutes. This was maybe commonplace in previous metas, but approaching 1,000 gold lead per minute is unheard of in patch 2016.
Yeah. I wonder, going back to Afrika, not knowing how much gold they had in the lead in that one game, I wonder how much SKT thinks that they're ahead right now. I wonder if they have it very accurately calculated, or if they're like, I think we're like 15,000 up, something like that.
I think, again, it'll be an underestimation. It's a massive, massive lead. The items are just, 3, 4 completed items on the side of SKT compared to just working towards second completions for Spenu.
Yeah. This is quite literally insurmountable. Oh, blank though. Oh, throws over the trap. We'll spot them for the, get that little bit of vision that you gain as you drop it. So, thwarts that attempt at a gank. Oh, wow. We have a pause coming through.
I love pauses.
We'll have to see what the issue is and what side it's coming from. Looks like it might be on the side here of SK Telecom. Faker having some problems. He's like, I haven't won the game yet. There's a problem here. Spenu hasn't surrendered, and this upsets me.
We've only seen maybe 1 or 2 surrenders all season, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen any globally. I don't know if any regions have really seen any surrenders in major matches. It's not something that we see too much of. It's a big part of challenger play, at least in North America, where, if you're really getting bodied, just at least surrender the game and then focus up on the next one. Don't get tilted. Don't let this affect your mentality moving forward. Just say, you know what? This game's over. Let's look to the next one, and let's do better than we were doing here.
The way I look at Korea is that obviously you'll still have games where the team's like, okay, we're going to lose, but they use that time to talk in the game. So perhaps the way I look at it is...
True, you find more time to formulate a plan. Bang gets caught, though. Nice to power instantly by Wolf. Flawless gets locked up by the gold card. Destiny Pop Force Faker coming in straight into the thick of the team. Gold card drawn yet again, but he's taking a lot of damage from Soul. Getting locked up. Has to pop the Zonia Sasson. Looking like he's going to go down secret as well. Faker barely staying alive. Wolf to consume him yet again. Sasson falls as Bang is finding more kills. Can he get it?
They want it pretty bad.
They want it really badly. And they just cannot find it. Soul able to retreat back into the fountain, but that is going to be the base crumbling here as Super Creeps start knocking down these Nexus towers. Soul playing with Bang's emotions, saying like, I know you want me. Can he get it? One more crit, there it is. Comes out with the kill in the end. 13-0 and that still counts. The pentakill from Bang. We were wondering if we were going to see it earlier on. We get it by the end of the game, as I asked for. And SKT, in fantastic fashion, close out the game over Spenu. Sonic Boom with a 2-0.
And look, it's not the last game of the season, but it is the last game of the season for SKT and Spenu.
Which means we get to hear an interview from all 5 members.
Exactly, the team interview. Game was kind of played on a festival kind of feel. It really felt like this was an exhibition match. Spenu had nothing to play for. SKT, with their win in Game 1, had confirmed their 3rd place finish. And I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to see an MVP for Wolf, because for once it wasn't about kill participation, it wasn't even about score, it was about those amazing evacs. He was a helicopter. He just rolled in with the time control and save carries left, right, and center.
Very true. Really hilarious. What the?
Faker's enjoying his bibimbap in Jeonju.
Yeah, I mean, it's the place to get it, man. You haven't had bibimbap until you've had it in Jeonju.
So the only stat that Wolf is actually 100% is in team deaths. He had both of them.
That's very true. I didn't even think about that.
He gave up his life for his team. So
true support through and through. See, though, of course, Sasson still just having a nice chuckle and smile on his face after that game.
He got to play 23 different champions in a season.
He's, I think that's probably the most champions that we've seen from anybody across the globe at the moment.
I remember Someday was around 17, 18 last season. I think 23 is definitely the longest, the most, sorry.
Yep. Solid stuff here by SK Telecom as anticipated.
They bounced back from the KT series they lost. Okay, it's over Spenu, but you want a steadier coming into playoffs. We'll see this team in about a week with much bigger stakes on the line.
Yeah, but the really important thing about this is they do net themselves that 3rd place spot over top of Jin Air. So a nice pickup from these guys, and the MVP is going to be Wolf, in fact.
Crowd loves it.
Yeah. Ended up with a 60% kill contribution in the end, so he did up that stat a little bit. Maybe his ears were burning when you were talking about him, Papa Smithy. 2 deaths, but 15 assists out of, I believe, 25-something kills in the end of that one. And wow, Bang, now that I look at the damage, had a hell of a lot, almost breaching 26,000. The next closest was Sasson, who did about 17.
And it's hard to have highlight reels for supports, but just looking at the time catch. The flash devour, he died, but the Italy lived.
Yeah, that was one of the deaths. This is their first triple kill where we thought Bang might get the penta.
Saving a Twisted Fate in this fight.
And then that was a great pinch from the bottom that Faker made. A really good play to cut off the retreat route here from Spenu.
Yeah, they wanted to go back to the base the moment they saw Maokai in the front, but Faker cutting off was really nice play from him.
Absolutely.
Made me a believer of his Twisted Fate. This was a really good Twisted Fate performance from Faker.
Yeah, like I said, kind of want to maybe see it in the playoffs against a team of an upper echelon, but still did look mechanically sound.
Everyone
from
got a turn to be saved.
Yeah, Wolf just making the rounds.
This was my favorite.
That was the best save.
He didn't even have the cooldown when he came out from the ult.
Yeah, the Abyssal Voyage just straight into it. I think he might have been judging like, are you going to make it out of this mantra, or do I need to? Okay, I'll just eat you instead. But yeah,
Tom Kench thinks, I'll just eat you instead.
Tom Kench thinks, indeed. Wolf playing like one hell of a Tom Kench. And nope. Nice, Sasson.
This is the extended pentakill.
I didn't think he was going to get it. It was really close. Had to have been within a couple seconds. I mean, who knows? Maybe it wasn't even that close. Maybe I'm just not timing it well.
I think it's 30 seconds after the 4th kill.
Okay.
So that was a good chance.
Yeah, he had a good chance for him to pick it up, but he did get it in the end, and now Last game for SK Telecom. We do get to hear from all 5 members. So Robin, take it away for our translation of this interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for yet another great day. And we're going to be moving into the interview booth here in Jeonju in the Esports Festival with all 5 members of SKT as they end the season as 3rd place seeding for the 3rd round of the playoffs. Congratulations, guys. First of all, let's talk to Faker. You guys, with the defeat of Spenut today, you guys secured the 3rd place seed. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm really glad that we were able to finish the season on a pretty decent spot, and I will be practicing and thinking about the next matches to come so that we can win. Your opponent today was Sasin, who has a very, very wide champion pool, and Sasin's random picks kind of thwarted Longzhu as well. Were you worried about this? Well, I did think that we couldn't predict what he would pick, so we were preparing for that, I guess. And today, I think his picks weren't too random. In the first game, he picked mid Echo. What did you think about that? I did think that he was going to pick Echo mid, but I didn't think he was going to go tanky Echo. So yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. In the second game, you played Twisted Fate and the fans went wild. Was there a reason for this pick? In the early game, we thought that the enemy didn't have a lot of champions with dashes, and that's the reason why we thought Twisted Fate would work really well against their team. So the 2015 World Championship skins have been revealed. Do you like the skin?
No.
Well, it looks cool, but hopefully they will make it better. Hear that, Rito? Now you have 2 skins under your name. Do you maybe think you're gonna use these skins? Well, we used the SKT skin last time, so hopefully I'll get the chance to pull it out sometime. And whenever you say something, the fans are really, really cheering loudly. Finally, do you have anything to say to the fans over here at Jeonju who came all the way to cheer for you? Well, there are a lot of people here in the audience, and I don't know if it's because they are particularly loud, but when we're inside the booth, even with our headphones on, we could hear them cheering, and that's why we were able to play a really, really fun game. And yeah, thank you so much for the energy you've been providing us this evening. Congratulations, Faker. Next up is Duke. Today we had a match in Jeonju, not Yongsan. We heard that you are a player that gets nervous very frequently. Well, how was your condition today? Well, today I wasn't too nervous, and I could really hear the cheering, and yeah, I guess that part made me a little nervous a little bit. Your spring season was with SKT. Are you satisfied with what happened? Well, not really, not yet. We ended up as 3rd seed. And we will defeat whoever comes up and defeat KT and win the whole thing. Then I'll be satisfied with our performance. Now, Duke, when you first entered SKT, I remember your interview, you said you were glad that you were able to join a team that can actually win. Do you think you can achieve this time? Yes, I do. As we're continuously improving, and I think the chances are continuously improving. And I think we might be able to do it. The next week is the playoffs. Do you have anything else to say? Today I wasn't able to show like a hugely impactful plays, but next time I'll be sure to wow you guys. Let's meet Blank. Congratulations, Blank. This season must have been very, very meaningful for you since it was your champion's debut season. How was it to you so far? Well, right now I'm not that nervous anymore, and but whenever I'm in the booth, it does make me a little nervous. But even though you are a new player, you improved vastly over a short amount of time. What was the secret behind this? Well, I thought as long as I don't get nervous on stage, then I'll be good. And I still think that I have a lot of things to improve on. and I'm trying to take care of myself and improve on those things.
생각하는 본인의 부분이 어떤 점이 있나요?
What do you think you lack?
동선 같은 거나 막
Well, things like pathing and CSing leveling, I think I fall behind sometimes on those aspects. So yeah, I'm trying very hard to improve.
이번 시즌 3위인데
This season, you guys are third place,
득실차 때문에 3위.
and you have the same wins and losses as KT, but because of the point system, you guys are third.
사실 정글 차이
Perhaps your loss against KT it comes a little harshly to you. Yeah, I agree because the matchup we lost because of the jungle difference, and hopefully I can improve and show up next time against KT.
선수가 빼놓지 않는 한 사람이 있죠.
Now, there's always one person that you never leave out on interviews. You say you always love Bengi. Say something to Bengi, please. Well, I like you, Bengi, and I love you.
성웅이 형 화이팅.
Sungwoong fighting. Sungwoong is Bengi's name, by the way.
느낄 수 있었습니다. 자, 이제 뱅 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Now let's meet Bang, the AD carry.
오늘도 역시 뱅 선수의 플레이는 통쾌했습니다.
Your play was, as always, very, very great. Very, very good. Your MVP in the first set was really expected. How did you feel? I didn't really think I'd get the MVP, honestly. Here we come with Bang with the short answers to interviews. Did you think you would be able to go through the hard seasons of SKT?
딱 펜타 전체적인 상황을 봤을 때
Well,
펜타 각이 나오는 거예요.
At the last moment, I saw that pentakill, and I guess,
아무도 건드리지 말라고.
and I told my teammates, don't touch anything, this penta is mine.
신기하게도 진짜
And surprisingly, my teammates actually did cooperate,
진짜 챔피언을 하나도 안 건드리고
and they started not hitting any of the champions.
이거 내가 진짜 할 수 있나?
So yeah, I was like, oh, maybe I actually can get this penta.
라이즈
And finally, the Rise came outside of the fountain, and as a result, I was able to secure the penta. Thank you for coming out of the fountain.
팀원들의 숨은 공도 있었군요. 이번 시즌은 지난 시즌과 비교했을 때
So compared to last season, there was a lot of differences for the SKT team as you bought out Duke and brought in Blank. Was it maybe tough to kind of mesh together with the players and create synergy?
제가 봤을 땐 선수 변화 때문에 저희가
Well,
뭐 별로
I don't think the difference in players really created something different, but it took us some time to get used to the meta and adapt. So that's probably why we had a bit of a rough time. Now, next week, SKT must play the third round. Who do you think is going to make it up, Jin-Air or Afrika?
별로 상관없는데요.
I don't care.
I like it. Right. I like it as well.
Don't know, don't care. Maybe I shouldn't have asked that question, says Cho. Well, say something to both of the teams then.
I don't care about
Well,
you.
I think the better team will make it up, and when they come to face us, it'll be fun, and we will display everything we have and hopefully defeat them. Now, finally, we'll meet the MVP of the second game, Wolf, who is loved by the fans. So the regular season closed today. In round 1, you guys are 5-4. In round 2, you are 7-2. What changed between the two rounds? Well, I don't think too much has changed, but individually we started practicing a lot and improving. And yeah, I think that's why we improved. In game 2, you received an MVP as Tom Kench. How do you feel about this MVP? Well, I died both times because I wasn't able to shield myself on time. And yeah, last time in my interview I said something like, oh, you should be able to shield yourself instead of die, and it feels weird that I died because I couldn't shield myself. Now we're in Jeonju, the food capital of Korea. Do you have like a menu in mind? Well, I'm not sure about when this is over, but when we arrived here, we went to the Hanok village, which is the traditional Korean buildings village, and we had bibimbap, which was amazing, and it was pretty darn good. Whenever tourists come here, I really recommend going to the Hanok Mall and Yeah, please go to Hanomao and eat the bibimbap because Jeonju is pretty awesome.
오늘은 전주 홍보대사가
Seems you're advertising Jeonju to the world today.
감독님, 코치님도 오늘도 많이 걱정하시고 또 응원해.
Now, your coaches and directors, they've all may have been pretty worried about SKT. I don't know what she's talking about, but do you have anything to say to your coaches? Well, I guess they were a little worried since our score hasn't been as good as before in the previous 2 years. But from here on, we will be trying very hard and making sure that we win all the matches so that we can display a great success, really successful spring split.
큰 박수로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다.
Another round of applause for all 5 members of SKT.
네, 오늘 준비된
And
경기는
that appears to be it for us 3 here at Jeonju. Back to you guys to wrap up our short yet meaningful trip.
Thank you very much, Robin. And yeah, that is actually going to conclude your and I's trip here, Papa Smithy, as Monty and Doa have since arrived in Jeonju and will be joining the broadcast tomorrow night to bring us our final 2 games. But to go ahead and recap tonight's games, Afrika Freaks netting themselves a playoff spot, taking down CJ Entus and knocking out and killing the hopes for Samsung to make it in.
And it turned out after today's results, we had 3 teams and the second round robin 7-2. Afrika Freaks, SK Telecom, and the Rocks Titans. Afrika obviously the most surprising result there. Nothing surprising about our results in Series 2. SKT just outclassed Spennett.
Absolutely. That they did. And it was a really fun game. Sawson, though, got to play his 23rd champion. He's played more champions than North American teams have played games.
And now we have the top 5 locked in.
There we go. All set in stone. Rocks Tigers, KT Rolster, SK Telecom T1, Jin Air Green Wings, and the Afrika Freaks. Our top 5 teams. Just the rest of these guys, Longju, CJ, and Samsung, gonna be a little bit in flux, but we'll have them all locked up by about this time tomorrow night, I should say. So about 24 hours from now, we'll know where our top 10 are permanently until playoffs.
But the playoffs at least are locked in terms of matchups.
That too.
Speaking of matchups, tomorrow's matches
will be a little bit interesting. KT Rolster versus Kongdu Monster. I think we know how that one's going to go down a little bit as the SKT Spenu game went earlier tonight here. And then Jin Air Green Wings versus Longju. This is one that has some upset potential from Longju. They've shown up in some games, taking down teams like SK Telecom. But going up against Jin Air Green Wings, who have been on a bit of a slump, certainly one that they might be able to win. But after their recent performances, I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. Longju still a long ways away from becoming a solid, cohesive team.
I mean, to me, it's really important for Jin Air. This is a team that's going to finish 4th, going to have to make a big run in playoffs. No recent form to speak of. You have to start somewhere, because if they lose this series as well, how can they hope to defeat Anarchy, or I guess Afrika, in the first round of the playoffs?
You really can't. Afrika has been on a complete tear recently, just losing that game to Rocks recently for the most part. I think it'd be really tough for them. Jin Air are going to have to take that set to get that confidence to win that. We'll see you guys next week for playoffs. Monty and Doa on broadcast tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your week.